One, wherever it is you are tuning in from around the world, wherever it is you are. If it's morning, good morning. If it's afternoon, good afternoon. If it's evening, good evening, but definitely not good night. Thank you all so much for being here. Sorry we're starting a little late. Some technical difficulties here and there, but we're so glad that you're here and so glad you could make it. Today is going to be a beautiful day. It's going to be a powerful day, and I'm sure that everybody here is going to go away with something, from this amazing conference. Welcome to I Am Change Global EmpowHERment Conference 2023. Um, of course, hosted by Strategic Solutions Global. It's beautiful to see that women are coming together and doing great things, right? Because really, we have the power, we have all it takes, we have all we need, and of course, with all of us coming together, we can do a whole lot. We can do a whole lot, and I mean, it's so beautiful to see women from across the world in different sectors, in different areas, coming together, so it's a beautiful thing. Very soon our host, the will be on here to introduce and welcome everybody officially. But in the meantime, I just said let me come on here and just welcome everybody and to apologize for the fact that we started a little late. Like I said earlier, we're having some technical difficulties, but we're here and we're happy that you're here as well. So please sit back, relax, get your jotters, get your biros, get your pens, whatever it is you need to get, because we're about to take you to school. It's going to be power packed. We have a huge the lineup is amazing. So many amazing women, are lined up this day, and I know that everybody here is going to, you know, is definitely going to take something great out of this particular conference. So yeah, just hold on a little bit. We'll be getting right into the thick of things shortly. We're glad that you're here. Please kindly just hold on. Thank you. So, for anybody who is here, please would like for you to indicate in the chat section your name and where you are joining this conference from. What part of the world it is are you joining this conference from? We would love to know and also get to meet each other, just in the chat section. Please just indicate where you're joining from and of course your name. Let's get to know each other a little bit. Oh, good to have you. Good to have you. So please, if you're on here, please kindly indicate your name and where you're joining us from. Hello, Latrice. Good to have you here. She's one of our speakers and she's about to bring fire. So please, everybody, get ready for that. Okay, so whilst we're getting ready to, have Miss Aragbaye, you know, speak to us. Let me introduce myself. Um, Let me start from there. My name is Ngozi Wabweze, and I'm the CEO, founder, Pocket Lawyers. And it's a huge honor to be here. And yeah, it's a beautiful Saturday, and I'm pumped. I'm pumped. Today is day one of the I Am Change Global Empowerment Conference, and it's going to be something. It's really going to be something. So, I mean, if you're here, please send the link to somebody else to join in. Any other woman that you know, who wants to, be able to do a whole lot more. Um, Please send the link to her to join. Um, right now, I will be bringing on Miss Nancy Taye Aragbaye. She is the convener of this conference, and I'll be bringing her up on stage now. Everybody, please welcome her warmly as she introduces herself and talks to us about this beautiful event. So I'm gonna go off screen now, and then the next thing you're gonna see definitely is gonna be hers. Welcome, hello Nancy.
Hi,
Hello.
how are you? How are you? Super excited to be here today. Hello, everyone, wherever you're streaming from. This is a global conference. I'm super excited for today. Before we dive into this conference where you'll be hearing from amazing speakers, I wanted to talk about the power of today. I am change. This is not by any means an ordinary conference. We have phenomenal speakers from all over speaking on various subject matters today to really elevate and empower the woman to fully walk in her I am. And so, what does it even mean to walk in your I am? This is really about understanding our power as women, understanding that we are more than mothers, we are more than wives, we are more than sisters, we are more than daughters, that we are the beginning of change. And when you understand that you are change, you understand that you are a catalyst. That's what today is about. Today is about being a catalyst, is about sustaining our ability to be a catalyst. And you're going to hear from various speakers from all over the world talking about key areas in our lives, whether you're elevating your leadership, whether you're elevating your spiritual wellness, whether you're elevating your physical wellness, your mental wellness, your emotional wellness, whether you're elevating your business, whatever it is. How do we begin to nurture those different areas in our own personal life so that we can continue to be that change that we see? We're no longer waiting for change. We're not going to complain about change. Rather, we're going to be change. And what I'm most excited about today is the fact that collective impact is happening in real life. One thing that I always say is that I am change. I want everybody to know that I am change. I am the beginning of change. I will not wait for change. But it's important to understand that you are change as well. You are the beginning of change. You are a catalyst to change. And most importantly, together, we are change. When we talk about accelerating impact, when we talk about moving at rapid speed, when we come together, we can do so much more. So today is a demonstration. It is the beginning of a movement, women coming together to literally be change in the world. How powerful is that? I say we're sheroes, right? We're superheroes. We are sheroes. And when we come together, we become the Avengers, right? And we're superheroes collectively changing the world together. And that's what you're going to see today. That's what I'm really excited for. I'm going to be taking my notes. I have my notebook, I have my pen. I look forward to hearing from all the speakers. I look forward to just being filled. Let today fill you. Take notes, drop in, leave, come back, share it with a friend, come back tomorrow whenever you can, and be filled. Because when I tell you, okay, there's some nuggets getting ready to be dropped. I can't wait. I'm getting ready to leave, and I'm going to be viewing just like you with a notebook, ready to fill myself so I can continue to be changed. So thank you so much for being here. And remember, I am change. You are change, and together we are change. I will see you on the other side. On that note, and Ngazi, I'm kicking it back over to you. And why don't you bring on the next speaker for today's event? Thank you so much.
Madam Nancy. Thank you, Madam Nancy. Is always the fire speaker. I mean, you can see that she even when she's just having a conversation with you, like you can feel it. Like I don't know how she always carries and embodies and lives all of that energy and passion every single day. But I mean, it just shows that it is what she's been called to do. And I mean, it's so beautiful to see her, I mean, constantly bringing women together on the different platforms, and especially on a day like this. So thank you so much for all your work. We appreciate. And now I would be bringing on the next speaker. Her name is Latrice Grisham. Uh, Let me just give you a little bit about her. Latrice Grisham is a multifaceted poet with a heart for women. Yes, yes, you heard that right, right? Women, families, and of course, youth. She has experienced depression, anxiety, and suicidal thoughts, and uses her spoken words to empower and uplift her audience to know more, to do more, so that they can become their best selves. That's powerful. That's intense, right? She sees wisdom in age and is passionate about bridging the gap between the older and the younger generation. I think that's fantastic, right? She believes this is key to breaking generational curses over the lives of many. Latrice has a heart for the broken and is on a mission to help people discover their fullest potential no matter what their story is. Wow, that is amazing. Like that is amazing. It's one thing for you to be a human being. It's another thing for you to have a vision and a mission and a purpose to empower and help other people live their best lives. I think that is super powerful and important. So everyone, join me as I welcome to the stage Latrice Grisham. I hope I pronounced it right. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Latrice Grisham, the powerful spoken words artist. Thank you and
Hi,
welcome.
thank you.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello,
thank
welcome,
you.
welcome, welcome. It's so good to have you here. Thank you so much for honoring the invite and thank you for making it. And thank you for the amazing work that you've been doing. We're very happy, we're very elated that we could have you here. So I'm just going to mute myself now and then you're going to
Okay.
have the stage and I'll let you do what you know how to do best. So bring it, girl, as you always do, like Miss Nancy always says. All right, so let me just
Thank
get off
you.
here. Yeah, so yes, I'm getting my pen and my paper.
Hi, everybody. I am so excited to be here virtually with you all. I'm going to be performing a spoken word called Balance. Just as Ngozi said, I'm passionate about women and youth and families. And so, without further ado, let me get into it. You were created, woman, to handle it all. You were made this way to create change. Don't be ashamed of where you have come from, even the falls. Woman, you were created to work from within. Don't grow thin. We need you to win at your highest self. Don't let yourself get in the way. You weren't born to sway back and forth. Stand your ground. Know that you are not bound, not in your mind, not in this world. Don't let your past keep you twirled in its traps. You are stronger than that. See, let me decree, no degree, pedigree can make you free. Look to thee, and you can be the highest version of yourself. The one who makes change happen. The one who learns how to balance. The one who has a little fun, but still gets things done. The one who changes her story. History's in the making, baby. Shaking all things when you, yes, you, woman, begin to work from the highest version of yourself. Not letting self put your dreams on the shelf. Not letting self put your dreams on the shelf, but allowing self to seek and strive so that you can be your best you, but allowing self to strive, to seek into the person you were made to be, the queen bee. Thank you. I hope you all enjoyed that spoken word. It was a pleasure to perform it. And I thank you all, and I'm excited for all the next speakers.
Thank you so much, Latrice. Thank you so much. Like, I wish you could see, I literally have tears in my eyes, and I will tell you why. This is personal. Like, every single line resonated with me so much because I have 3 kids. And at the point when I was making babies, people just thought, oh, that's all she's about, right? And I remember when I went back into the workspace and I was in court because I'm a lawyer. And I was in court one day and one of my classmates saw me. He's a lawyer as well. And he looked at me, he said, and he was looking at me funny. And I said, why? What's wrong? And he's like, oh, he's checking to make sure I'm not pregnant again.
Oh my.
True story. And I looked at him and I said, you know what? You are going to sit down and watch me birth other things. And I have gone on to do that. Yes. You're going to sit down and watch me birth other things. And that I have done, so it resonates with me a lot when I hear this. I would love to get the words from this spoken words. And I'm sure a lot of people will also want to do that so that they can always, listen to it, read it aloud. It's more like an affirmation. I mean, I want to read this every single morning. I wake up and just, be able to, go and do all I need to be doing and be awesome and everything. And I thank you so much for that. That was so beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for that. All right. So,
hey, everyone.
Yes. All right. So next, we're going to bring up Dr. Florence Fasson. Let me just read a little bit about her. Dr. Florence Fasson is multifaceted. She's the founder of Miss Elegance Georgia pageant. From her determination to catch teenagers early to prepare them to be the best representation of themselves in this fast era. In her work to be purpose-driven, she helps women in domestic violence shelters by providing them with tools and resources to assist them in getting back on their feet. She holds an annual fundraiser to provide back to work outfits, toiletries, personal needs, and so on for these women. She has authored 5 books to inspire and empower teens, young women, and adults. She also owns her publishing company, Grace Light Publisher, which she uses to help people. She owns a company called Classic Cocktails, which offers a wide selection of cocktails and mocktail drinks with accents to make any event look classy and elegant. She also owns her own shoe brand, Mode Shoes, which you can customize, for birthdays, for special events such as birthdays. Of course, you can customize in your color, in heel size, shoe size, and all of that. Her newest project is Intentional Woman Award. Yes, I saw that on Instagram. It was very beautiful. Congratulations on that. Inspired by her newest book, The Intentional Woman, the award recognizes women who are intentional about making a difference. Wow. That's powerful. Guys, please join me as I welcome Dr. Florence Fasson. Thank you so much, madam. Thank you so much for being here.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
As she rightly said, hi. My name is Dr. Florence Fasson. And based on every introduction she's made, I'm proud to announce that I'm known as the Intentional Woman. And how did I get that name? Because over my journey of life, I've made sure that I am intentional about everything I do. So today I will be speaking about the image of an intentional woman. So I have slideshow that I think will kind of help breeze through. And that way, if you want to get your notes, that would be helpful as well. So the reason my journey started in the whole image industry was as a young child. I remember my mom constantly pushing me to look good, the color combinations I had, just always encouraging me to present myself well. So I would say my journey started as a child, but I actually decided to take it as a profession when one fine morning I got to work and I was told it's my last day. So I put my thinking cap on and I was like, what can I do? What is it that I'm passionate about? What is it that I love to do that can bring me a source of income? So I founded a company called FlowFix Image Consulting. And there, under that belt, is the Miss Elegance Georgia pageant. So I style people, I encourage people to present themselves well. So yeah, I do have a slideshow that will kind of help us breeze through this so that you have something to go up with. Okay, so in the meantime, I also started the Intentional Woman brand, and basically it just covers my book, The Intentional Woman. I also have the Intentional Woman Award, which awards women who are intentional about making a difference. So right now my PowerPoint is uploading. Let's give it a few minutes. It's uploading, and here we go. Okay. So do you see my, Nancy,
Yes,
do you see my
we
slide?
see it. I'm bringing it up on stage now, and I am excited. All right, do your thing. I'm going to get out of your way.
Yeah,
And
okay.
super excited to have you talk about image and how that helps us with our confidence and executive presence. All right,
Got
girl.
you. Okay, I add this in like a PowerPoint so that it just makes it easier. So who is an intentional woman? That's one of the things I'll be talking about. Why is it important to be intentional? What does image mean? Your self-image. How is your personal image important to your brand? And then I'm going to give some tips and nuggets to achieve that good look. So for example, this morning, I'm having this presentation. I need to throw on something that, represents my brand. So I'm fashionable. So I quickly threw on this makeup. I'm like, let me quickly do this. Then I looked for an outfit that kind of is elegant, that can showcase my personality. So now, who is an intentional woman? First, the intentional woman is you. Everyone that's been able to come on this platform, you are intentional. Give yourself a pat on the back. So an intentional woman knows that the perfect time is now. She's not thinking like, oh, I'm going to do it tomorrow. Yes, or in the next future. She's looking at what she can do each day to reach that goal. She's intentional about every facet of our life, our emotions, our friendship, our marriage, just everything. She carries herself with confidence, grace, and poise. Yes. She knows that our inward reflects our outward appearance. So she will do the work to get her to that perfect harmony. So I'm a strong believer of your inward look will portray your outward appearance. If your emotions are everywhere, especially we as women, yes, your image will definitely portray anger. You will not look beautiful. So you have to do that work. She's intentional about her past. She doesn't look at her past as a victim. She looks at where she's gone and where she's going to. She is intentional about today. She knows that when she wakes up this morning, she needs to do everything towards getting her goals met. She's intentional about our future. So, and I know everybody in this platform would check on all that, at least 90% of it. So why is it important to be intentional? When you are intentional, you bring a clear purpose and structure and positive mindset to your day. When you are intentional, you choose to make decisions that take actions on what's important to you. Being intentional means you're getting clear upfront about what you want to achieve. When you become intentional, you focus on your time and energy on your strengths and the good things in your life. When you are intentional, you set better boundaries around your time and the areas of your life that are important. With intentionality, you appreciate more and practice gratitude. Okay, so my next slide is, what does image mean? So bringing it back. I first defined who an intentional woman is, and then now my topic of today is executive presence, the image of an intentional woman. So what does image even mean? The dictionary definition is, it's a visual representation of something, a physical likeness or representation of a person. Is the look of you, an iconic mental representation, a personal facade that one presents to the world. Your image is your brand. Okay, so, and that takes me to the next slide. So I founded the Miss Elegance Georgia pageant because I wanted the younger teenage ladies coming behind us to start understanding the power of poise, character, integrity. But the way I work on that pageant is that I make sure that they are looking at themselves from the inside outward. So we teach them on character, personal development, and all that. So the same way I'm looking at image, if your internal image is messed up, you'll be doing a lot of covering. So with that, I'm going to be talking about, what is your self-image, a negative self-image, your positive self-image, and how to foster the positive self-image. So the self-image is your image from within. What do people see you as? As in, what do people see you as, and what do you see yourself as? So, for example, you feel you're beautiful. When you show that you are beautiful, then the whole world too will feel that connection. But if you're already messed up in the inside and you're showing that you are, you're not confident, you don't have poise, you don't have charisma, it definitely shows too in your outward appearance. So that's why the importance of your self-image. A positive self-image means that you acknowledge that you're beautiful. A negative one is you're focusing on all your negatives. Oh, my, I don't have a good hair. Oh, my nose. Oh, my mouth is, But when you know that you are already created as this beautiful being, it showcases in how you carry yourself and what you are. And then to foster positive self-image, you just always have to just say to yourself, I am beautiful. When you have that grounding, you are beautifully and wonderfully made. Whereas you come out and present yourself better. So now your personal image is important to your brand. And why? Because your brand is you. So if, for example, I own the Miss Elegance Georgia pageant, and I always ensure that whatever it takes, I present myself well. Because number one, these young teenagers, they're watching. Number two, the whole world is watching. So I'm this founder. They want to see that I dress well, I present myself well, because I'm coaching young girls. So it is my brand, and it's important that I look and showcase that. The next slide. Okay, so just to make it easy, there's a whole lot when it comes to image. We talk of skin, your makeup, your dress, the colors that match you, the colors that match your brand as well. So it's a whole big bucket. But what I've done is I just made it simple for you to be able to just breeze through and say, okay, at least I have the basics. So in order to bring elegance to your wardrobe, I'm going to be talking about you combine trends with classics, styles with neutral colors, how to include one structured item, and how to add the finishing touches. So when you look at the previous slide, I kind of add some pictures that can kind of help us. And I have my notes, so I'll be looking through my notes. So to bring elegance to your wardrobe, remember that less is more. A lot of people think that when you are trying to look, present yourself, you have to have everything, gold, big gold earrings, big wristwatch. It doesn't necessarily have to, you have to present yourself that way. The less is more, but you have to just dress it up gradually. So, but not to be boring. So, however, when you keep your style simple and create interest through structure and color, you will bring elegance to your wardrobe. So for the most part, you have to have like neutral colors, like light brown. Those are colors that you can always add to. So if, for example, if I wear a nude or a brown camisole, I can put on a black jacket to lift it up. So you always have to just know those colors that match your skin. And I won't be able to cover all yet. I will leave my details after so that you can reach out if you need more color analysis and things that will work for you. Now, combine trends with classic. The trends now are, a lot of people are going back to bell trousers. You don't necessarily have to go with the trend, but you can always have your classic look that you combine to it. So adding a blazer to a nice, jumpsuit or to a dress will definitely bring it up. A lot of people don't like things that are too clingy, and that's okay. You can dress it up too with using a blazer to cover, if you don't want your curves to show. Then style with neutral colors like gray, black, beige, and ivory, as I mentioned previously. Those colors are a must-have in your wardrobe. And I know everybody's comfortable with the black. We like to hide behind the black colors. Then include one structured item. What that means is that a tailored item in your outfit to create a look of elegance. So for me, it's a blazer. If I wear a dress and I put a blazer on it, it just takes it up a notch. So always look, it might be an accessory. It might be the chain that you put on your dress that will bring it up. It might be the earrings that you wear that just will catch the attention of people, that make them know that you look good. And always just groom properly. Ensure that you have your nails done. A lot of people now use the false nails, and that's okay, but not too long. Just carry yourself with grace and poise at all times. So let me see, what else do I have? So there are much more when it comes to styling, accessories, fashion and style, image consulting, body language, how to sit properly. Sometimes we slouch, how to walk properly, business attire, business casual, business dress, casual attire, etiquette, color, comfort in clothes, and much more. I won't be able to channel all in this session, but if you would like to know more and help with your image, and which in turn helps your personal brand, you can contact me using the contact form on www.intentionalwomenag.com. Again, that website embodies everything about an intentional woman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. Thank you so much. In short, I don't. It's a lot. I'm sure you figured. You can see my hair is even a little different. As you were talking, I'm like, okay, you know what? I need to be more intentional. I literally just, So I just had to, So thank you so much. That was a lot. Like I know that. Yes, it was a lot. I have been in, at events or conferences where they talk about, you being intentional and your personal brand. This is the first time somebody is actually telling us what to do. It's okay for you to say, oh, you need to build a personal brand, you need to be intentional, but you took it home, you brought it closer, and you said, okay, you know what? These are the kind of things you can do. These are the kind of things you can mix with this and this, have solids in your wardrobe, you can have neutral colors, how to balance things out, and all of those things. So thank you so much. Like, you can see the difference already.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody, for giving me the platform.
Thank you so much. So, we have a question from the audience, and let me take that very quickly.
Oh, I was about to dive.
No, not so fast.
Not so fast.
Not so fast. So, let me ask you this: for women who aren't necessarily stylish but are in the professional setting, what would you recommend for a nice, simple professional look?
Okay, business casual is safe. And the reason I say so is because you can just dress up a casual look. So for example, in a nice long shirt with nice pants, it's good enough. Or a nice long shirt with knee-length skirt would actually prop you up. And then if you want to take it up a notch, then you put your blazer on it.
All right, and maybe of course a nice pair of heels, maybe kitty
Heels,
heels,
yeah,
whatever it is
exactly.
you're
Yeah.
comfortable with.
Comfortable with your
Yes,
pumps. Pumps are
yes,
usually, complement,
yes,
with
yes,
simple makeup. A lot of times, for just to
yes,
be safe, you just make it
yes,
simple.
yes. Thank you
Head
so
on,
much. Yes, head on,
head on.
So when you talked about nails, I looked at my nails. I'm like, oh,
And
but
it doesn't have to be done. It just has to be, neat
nice,
and clean.
well,
Yeah, nice and
manicured, nicely
well
manicured.
groomed.
Yes, yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yes, thank you so much.
Mhm.
Okay, so second question from the audience.
That's fine.
How does your image amplify your leadership? How
Ah,
does your image amplify
amplify your
your
leadership.
leadership? Yes.
In fact, they go side by side. Because as a leader, you want to present yourself well. I mean, I would be taken more seriously if I show up looking well. A lot of, especially in this generation that we are in, image is everything. If you go
Everything.
to Instagram pages of people who are intentional about their image, you will know that for sure. So as a
Yeah.
leader, you need to portray yourself well, and just always show up. Show up.
Thank you so much, Doc. Thank you so much. I feel like you took us to school. Thank you so much. And I'm
You're
sure that there
welcome.
are so many other people who would definitely want to reach out to you after this. We'll definitely be sharing your contact with them so that they can definitely reach out
Absolutely.
to you for any other thing. I mean, I'm sure they will need more schooling, more styling tips, and all of those things,
Yes,
and
as I
all of
said,
that. Thank you.
there are many layers to it. So yes.
I can imagine. I can imagine. Thank you so much. It's been an absolute honor. It's been a pleasure listening to you, and thank you so much for your time. We really
Thank you.
we thoroughly appreciate you. Thank you
Absolutely.
so
Thank you.
much. Thank you so
So
much. Yeah. So we will be taking a break now, and then of course just a couple of seconds, just to listen to some music, and we will be back with our next fire speaker. You don't want to miss this. If you have the link, please kindly share with any other person who you know is an intentional woman and wants to join this beautiful conference. Please definitely share the link, and we'll be back shortly. Okay, so just a brief interlude. All right, so we'll move on to the next speaker now. And the name of our next speaker is Tinel Dickens. She's going to be talking to us about, on wellness and mindset. She's going to be talking to us about launching your life's mission. Launching your life's mission. So I'm going to take a little bit to tell us a little bit about her before I bring her on stage. Tinel Dickens is a master life coach, transformational coach, and international speaker. Yeah. And Tinel is the founder of One Woman Movement. Oh my God, that sounds really powerful. An LLC that helps emerging female leaders overcome internal hindrances to their external success and launch their life's mission. Literally, she's helping you fight imposter syndrome, among so many other things. Tinel does this by offering coaching services that impact the lives of women, setting them on a path to personal breakthrough. That's fantastic. Everyone, join me as I welcome to the stage Tinel Dickens. Hello. Hello. Please, can you hear me? Oh, wow. Oh,
Can you hear me
oh,
now?
yes, I can hear you now. I can hear you now, and I'm sure everybody can hear you now. Madam, it's good to have you here. Thank you so much for accepting our invite, and thank you for being here, for taking out your time, to be here and to talk to us about wellness and mindset. I'm definitely going to just get out and just give you the stage so that you can do what you know how to do best. Take us to school. Thank you.
Great, great.
All right. Well, great to be here. First of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to just come and speak with you. For those of you that are tuning in here live, I'm telling you, it's going to be great. My purpose here today, like you heard, my topic is launching your life's mission. It's basically rethinking what's possible for you and aligning your vision with your values and your actions, right? So, for those of you on here, my aim is to light your fire. Right, it's for to allow you to wake up in areas where you've been sleeping, because I believe that there is a place in you that's like a God thumpering. There's something in you and something about you that's extremely unique, and it's really urgent for right now. Right, I believe that for every woman on here, there's a purpose, there's a vision, there's a destiny, there's something that you and only you have that's unique to you, that's unique to your path in life, and it's a necessity for you to fulfill that while you are here in this earth. Right, so I wanted to just say this quick quote by Oprah Winfrey, right? This quote by Oprah Winfrey says, "The biggest adventure you can ever take is to live your life, the life of your dreams." Right? The biggest adventure you can take is to live the life of your dreams, not somebody else's dreams, not a parent's dreams, excuse me, not anybody's dreams, not your cousin's dreams, not your culture's dream, but your dream. Because what we have that's inbuilt in us is a dream. It's a dream that's ours. It's unique to us. For some of us that's on here, just if you're tuning into this live, there's so many things that you feel on the inside of you on a daily basis, and dreams and visions and goals and plans that you have that's unique to you. When you communicate that, that means that to those around about you, it sounds maybe a little bit different from theirs. Or it could sound similar to, but they're unique parts about it that's just yours, right? And that means that whatever you have, that means you're meant to walk that out. That's something that you're meant to build, to establish, and to really walk out for many people to benefit from. So again, that quote says, the biggest adventure you can ever take is to live the life of your dreams. When I say your dreams, I say this, right? The average lifespan for human beings on this planet is 72.6 years. 72.6 years. That means for most people on the planet, they're going to live to age 72 and a half years old. That also means, right, for say the average age on this live here, I'm 38. For some of you here, the average age on this platform might be about 40 years, right? So if you've lived 40 years, let me give you some stats here. If you've lived 40 years, then that means that you have 32.6 years more to live. Now, of course, we want to live to 100, 150. I'm just giving you average stats, right? So that means that you only would have, say, for instance, it was 72 and a half years. You'd only have 11,909 days remaining. That means you've lived 26,474 days. You've lived more than you're going to live. Now, I'm talking about having a sense of urgency about what has been put on the inside of us. Right? I'm talking about having a sense of urgency concerning the days that we live on this planet. I'm talking about launching your life's mission, because sometimes we go through places in our life where where we have delays and setbacks and doubts and so many things. We get fearful and think about, wait a minute, what if I do this? Am I going to fail? If I do this, who's going to say this about me? Am I, is it going to be said about me that I'm a rebel? Is it going to be, what's going to be said? And sometimes we're very fearful of what others think about us, and we don't consider our time. When it comes to launching our life's mission, I'm talking about that business. I'm talking about even that career. I'm talking about the people you need to impact, the places you need to go to, the things you need to do. Like, there's a time span attached to that. Sometimes I think, we at times, because we're so comfortable with the everyday, we get caught up in the everyday. And what begins to happen is that we see life as a consecutive series of waking up, doing things, and going back to bed. Then waking up, doing some more things, and going back to bed again. And before you know it, that routine turns into years. And if we're speaking about being change, if we're speaking about launching our life mission, if we're speaking about making change, and impacting on a wide scale, we're talking about being mindful of time. We're talking about making a big change. That means being mindful of time and understanding that we have to break past the fears that we have in order to launch into the mission for our lives and what we're born for. For a lot of you, sometimes your fear holds you back from what you are born to do. The thing about fear is that it's not a fair master. Fear is a horrible master, right? Fear is a horrible master. Fear will bind you up. It will shut you down. It will lock you away. It would lock away your giftings. It would lock away all those creative thoughts that you have. It would shut those things down and never allow you to walk those things out or to actualize them. It would never allow you to plow into those things or to pray about them and press into it. What fear does is it shuts you down and it never allows your mission to come forward. It says that you cannot and you will not and you will never. But how many of y'all know that sometimes we really have to tune into places in us and it really sometimes pray? We have to really look at what reality is and understand that if you're about 40, you've lived more than you're going to. You're about 40, even if you lived to 100, you still don't have that much time. If we count our days, that means we've lived so much, but we never really see time slipping by. We never understand that our time is rolling by, right? But today I want us to really be time conscious when it comes to really launching our life's mission, right? When I was young, I grew up in a place called Laventille, Trinidad. And growing up in that place, there was drugs, there was prostitution, gangs, all kinds of stuff going on. But one thing that I had going for me was my vision. It was what I believed about me and what I believed that I carried, what I believed that I was going to do. And that was the one defining factor that really caused me to act differently, do things differently, connect to different people, believe differently. There are times where my family went through a lot. We went through a lot of hardship. But one thing I had going for me is my belief. And for a lot of you on here, you believe something. I would say for every individual on here, there's something you believe, even if you stuff it down, even if you at times want to deny it, there's something that keeps bubbling up it goes back up to the surface of your heart and comes back to you every single time. Every time you deny it, every time you say you don't have the finances for it, every time you think that just maybe it's not for you to do, it's for somebody that you think is more qualified, it comes back up in you because it's a part of your vision. It's what's been entrusted to you to either make a change, make an impact, do something great, break the mold and go against the status quo and to arise up and establish a vision that's going to feed many. It's going to change lives, right? So my question to you is this, right? My question to you is this. What do you want to do? What do you really want to do? What is your mission? What is that thing that you believe is on your heart? What's that thing that you believe is a part of you that you just can't turn around and walk away from? What's that thing that every time you go to do something else, you come right back to it and you're like, even if I did it for free, I'd do it. Right? What's that thing that keeps crying to you? You dream about it. You're creative about it. You write down things concerning it. You find yourself randomly studying on it. What's that thing, right? There's something that you have on the inside of you that's your God-given gift that is a part of you that is for you to really walk out, right? That's your mission. That's your thing. That's what's been entrusted to you. There's a scripture verse that says, that our gift will bring us before great men. It speaks about our gift bringing us into great places. And I firmly believe that part of that is our mission, right? Your mission, what's been entrusted to you, is going to bring you into a place where your gifts are able to be utilized and where you're able to prosper from it. But we have to take time to really figure out, what is that? What is that? And a lot of times, especially in discovering that, it's a part of discovering who we are. Most people read books on so many things, but they don't read books about themselves. How do I discover me? What are my strengths? Right? What are things about me that's useful? A lot of times we're looking on the outside to discover things, and we have to come into a stronger and a greater place of identity. And coming into that place of identity speaks about, your beliefs, your actions, your values, your attitudes, your habits, all those things comprise your identity. And what it does, when you understand those things, you're able to better align who you are with what you're looking at doing. And not just that, but you're better able to pinpoint or to pick out, what values don't align with where I see my vision. Maybe there's some things that you're believing. What attitudes do I have to change in order to come into new places of vision or to step into new arenas in my career or in my business? What habits need to be changed in order for me to break open and walk through new doors, right? What actions do I have to do, and go against the grain of my fears and go against the grain of my unbelief or that self-sabotage that the MC was speaking about? What do I have to go against that to come into a whole new sphere of influence? And that's what I'm talking about when I'm speaking about launching your life's mission. I'm talking about you taking you wherever you go. We take us wherever we go. So you are the one that has to come into a different place to launch your life's missions. We are the ones that have to change and go through a transformation to come into a place of launching. When we are launched, our mission will be launched. When we are changed, what we do changes. Our values change, our attitudes change, our habits change, right? So when we make these choices, here are the areas in our lives that it affects. It's going to affect your career, your work, right? When we choose differently, it affects that. It's going to affect your finances, your health and well-being, your family and relationships, your personal development, your spiritual development, right? Your fun and leisure time. Some of you are not having enough fun. How about that, right? So your physical environment as well, it changes everything around about you. When we come into a new place and we understand who we are, and we have an urgency about discovering that, because there's a people group waiting and raving and just hoping for us to come serve them, that when we do that, we are able to access doors that maybe our generations before has not been able to access. Maybe your parents didn't achieve certain things that you're going to be the first one in achieving. Maybe, your grandparents didn't achieve it and that you're to be the first one. Some of you are going to be the first of your kind. But to do that, you have to be the first to discover who you are. You have to be the first to break habits of generations. And sometimes it's cultural habits. I'm from the Caribbean. There were habits that I had to break. So maybe it's cultural habits, mentalities and things passed down, that have to be changed. I'm a master life coach, and one of my key areas is dealing with transformation. And transformation speaks about changing the way we think so that we act differently. So for those of you that are on here, and I'm not going to belabor, I'm just going to kind of wrap up because I really want to take questions. But for those of you that are on here, I just want to ask you a couple more questions. Who do you see yourself being this next season? And I don't mean change your name. I mean, what parts of you, what attitudes, what values, what habits, what things do you see yourself changing to really access those open doors? Doors don't open by themselves. Sometimes a change in habit is a key to a new door. Sometimes a change in what we value is a key to a new door. So we have to change. It's like we have to do an internal audit on ourselves. We have to assess what we've been doing, and then what are we going to do differently? Then what things are actually great, and we're going to keep them. We're going to keep doing those things, right? And we put those two together and figure out, wait a minute, this is who I need to become to attain this dream. This is who I need to be in order to build this building, or to establish this NGO, or to have a promotion. This is who I need to become to have national impact or international impact. This is who I need to become. And for all of us, I think in this season, we need to be asking ourselves those questions. Why? Because again, not only are we going to be changed, but we also have to be changed in order to launch our life's mission. All right. So just want to say thank you so much for those of you that were listening in, and I want to encourage you, let's, the first thing is like really coming out of places of pretending. When I say that, and sometimes it can be very uncomfortable, especially saying the word pretend, most people would climb up and say, I don't pretend, I'm just me, but there are times where we have been so accustomed of being criticized about who we are and being attacked for our unique qualities and our attributes that we go back into a chameleon state and not really embrace our uniqueness and not embrace our unique gift or our unique voice. We don't even embrace our unique mission. Even the values we have that are useful values that are to be put towards our life mission, we bury them because of the opinions of other people that don't understand our God-given gift and our God-given mission, right? So I want to encourage you as I close up again, do take time to examine, your habits, your attitudes, values, and align them with who you really see yourself, this season here. Begin to assess those things, do an internal audit, and look at those things to see exactly where the adjustments and changes need to happen so that you can walk out your life's mission and really succeed at doing that and impact the lives that you were called to. Thank you so much.
Wow. 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 It's been, you were preaching to me. Like, you literally were preaching to me. And I'm like, yes, yes, yes. And I'm sure every other person who probably was listening was like that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This was really, really, really packed. And I can so totally relate because first and foremost, I'm 38 too. Yeah. So, and it's almost like I'm literally just starting my life and, living in my purpose and all of those things. I think it was about just 4 years ago that I really found my purpose. And since then, I ask myself one question every time before I go to bed. Did you live in your purpose today? And once I say I'm able to answer yes, I sleep like a baby. Honestly, it works for me. So for me, that is the way I'm able to keep myself in check. And then coming into 2023 was like, okay, you know what? This is the year where I get to try everything and anything. I'll rather fail than sit in my rocking chair at 63 and wonder why I didn't do this or I didn't do that. I would just rather jump in and do it. Even if it's an idea that is ahead of its time, no problem. I would rather do it and fail gallantly than not even do it. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have a question from the audience, and I think it's a very vital question because is like I said, it was just about 3-4 years ago that I discovered my mission in life. Some people are lucky to find it early enough in life, some are not, right? But whenever it is you do, take it and run with it. But the question I have from the audience is, how do you discover your mission and your life's purpose? That is very vital. So please help us with that.
I'm going to answer your question with a question. I hate to do that, but yeah. But what do you want to be remembered for? I want you to start there. And the reason why I say that, I want that because there are times where we have to get rid of the fluff and get to the meat of the matter. We don't want to be remembered for how we dressed or our clothes or shoes or our nails or, there's something that you want to be remembered for. We have to hone into it and like get rid of the noise. I think a lot of times what we're doing is that we're really tuning into a lot of the noise. And because we're not necessarily looking at ourselves in the mirror, we're looking at other people against ourselves and measuring that up. It can seem like a bunch of noise. I think, getting to a place where we are fearless in wanting to find out the answer, no matter what the answer is. That's the first thing. And then asking, what do I want to be remembered for when it's all said and done, when it's all done? When I'm at 72 point, or whatever, 100, 150, whatever, what at the end of that time frame, what do I want to say was done? Sometimes you have to reverse engineer the process, start at the end and then work your way back. And I tell you, you're not going to want to be known for the amount of things that you think you want to be known for. When you sober up and you recognize that, say, it's 11,000 something more days to live, then every time you spend like currency a day that it's way more than you think it is, and it's like more expensive than it is, you're really going to get down to the brass tacks and say, wait a minute, this is what I choose to do. And these are what I don't choose to do.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. And I think there was something else you mentioned while you were speaking, and you said, the things that you can do for free. But of course, if you could get paid, definitely. I think that is a fantastic way to also hone in on, your purpose in life. I think this has been super impactful. We have another question from the audience, and I'm just going to jump right in. The question is, how do I live in my mission when I have responsibilities such as motherhood and being a wife?
Oh,
I think that's also very important.
Yeah, listen, first of all, I'm a mother of 9 kids. I'm also yep. So I'm just gonna put that out there. Check my Instagram at Tanel Dickens.
Oh yes. My
favorite pictures up there. But I'm a mother of 9. Plus, I'm a wife. Plus, I'm a minister. I speak. I have a business. I mean, I act. I was in the Ghana film industry for a while with Shirley from Filmment. So I've done champagne, a bunch of stuff. So I'm saying, I think what it is that we limit ourselves too much. And I understand that we have responsibilities, and we also have to understand seasons. You can't do everything at the same time, but you can prioritize and figure out what to build in the season that you're in. I think that's a key thing. Understand what season you're in and what's being built. There are times I was mothering, and that's what I was building. There are times where I was releasing, I was doing acting. I was on the screen. Now I'm doing business. Plus I'm still not like, so I think it's just really balancing and understanding your priorities. And I think if you're a Christian, then pray and ask God what it is, but it's like really honing into what is the season of my life and what am I supposed to do in this season? That's going to give you the answer as to what you're supposed to be doing at that time. So you're not competing, but you have the piece that you need to really maximize your season the way you should do it. Yeah.
That's intense. That's powerful. And I totally can relate with, having seasons in life, right? I think honestly, just like you said, that's a way for you to be able to, compartmentalize things and achieve things as they go. Yeah, wow, 9 kids. Oh my God. I have 3. I need 2 more lifetimes to come back to get to where you are. Wow, that's amazing. You are, in short, like, I think if there was anything like, super, super duper mom, that should be you. I mean, I can't even just imagine. With 3, I know what it is. I can't imagine what 9 is. And you are still being able to do everything that it is that you're doing. And that is it. We can do it all. We literally can do it all. Don't, whatever limit it is that you have, it's in your mind. It's in your mind. You literally can do it all. And this is a fantastic example. She's not just here, she has 9 kids. You can't beat that. I won't even ask, can you beat that? You can't beat that. Some of us need 2 more lifetimes. So you can just imagine. Thank you so much for this. Like, I mean, it's been powerful. It's been, oh my God. I'm going to have to go rewatch all of these things, periodically, just so that I keep, getting myself motivated and all of that, when, you get to those valleys in my journey. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate you. And thank you for your time. Thank you for everything. God bless you. God bless you as you continue your journey and your mission in life. Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
So much.
Thank you too. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. Oh my God. Oh Lord. Oh, this has been awesome. Like, I'm having the time of my life. So many, it's so beautiful to see so many women in different areas of life doing amazing things and still being everything: mom, wife, business mogul, all of that. We can be all of it and more. Thank you so much for that. So next up, I'm gonna bring up our next speaker very quickly. And next we have Maureen Makosewe. I hope I pronounced it quickly. And she's going to be talking to us about spiritual wellness, the kingdom agenda. So I'm going to just, just tell us a little bit about her. Maureen Makosewe is a sought after global strategic advisor, angel investor. Hello. Tech entrepreneur and keynote speaker. Noreen advises CEOs, boards, and governments on strategies that drive accelerated and sustainable growth and development in different sectors. She facilitates business to business, B2B, and B to government, B2G, that's business to government negotiations for trade, investment, and revenue growth, whilst developing systems, processes, and frameworks to maximize efficiency, sustainability, and profitability. Noreen's background encompasses 14 plus years experience working at various Fortune 100 companies in London, as well as transforming SMEs and tech startups in emerging markets. She has led projects that have generated revenue for companies to a combined tune of millions of dollars. She's the money lady. Guys, kindly make welcome our next speaker, Noreen Makosewe. I hope I pronounced it right. Please kindly correct me if I didn't get it right. Good. Greetings. Thank you so much. It's so good to have you. It's so good to have you here. It's so good to
No,
have
you
you
did
here.
very much, sis. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm gonna leave the stage now so that you can, take us to church, take us to school.
Thank you so much. I think Tinel already started the church service, so I'm just going to jump on that express train and keep moving. Thank you so much, Nancy, you and your team for hosting us from across the world, bringing women together. I'm really excited about all the nuggets that, my heart is beating just from what Tinel was sharing about urgency, about time. She's speaking my language. And I'm going to be sharing on spiritual wellness in business with a focus on wealth creation. This is the kingdom agenda. I'd like to begin with a word of prayer because of spiritual wellness, and you'll understand why as we go. So, Father, in the name of Jesus, I thank you for this opportunity. I thank you for all the women. I thank you for the connectedness. I pray for clarity in speaking, and I pray for understanding on the other side. And I pray that even as we share these nuggets of knowledge and lessons that you've given to us, that people will generate creative ideas, innovations, and answers to questions that they have about their own lives, their own businesses, and the wealth that you have for them in this season. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. So I'd like to say thank you so much again, Nancy. My background, I'll start with my background. I was born and brought up in Kenya, in a city called Nakuru. My father was part of the administration when the British colonialists handed over the country back to the indigenous people to govern themselves. My father was part of that administration. And in his work, he was moved around quite a lot. So my background is very nomadic. And that nomadic background affected my view on wealth and the ability to create it. My father was very industrious. My mother was very entrepreneurial. My father was very organized. My mother was more adventurous when it came to money. But from both of them, I learned some very valuable lessons about not just being financially stable, but also generating your own wealth and being a good steward of what God gives you. I migrated from Kenya at the age of 17. I moved to the United Kingdom to further my studies, went into technology, information systems to be precise, learned very quickly that I hated coding, but that was a good foundation for what the Lord is doing with me now, working with technology companies. I left technology in university and went down the path of leadership development. And as I was doing that, I was working a corporate job within the investment banking industry in London. And that really supported me as I was setting up my consultancy, at the time, a coaching practice. Down the line, the coaching practice morphed into, or let me say, we pivoted into becoming a strategic advisory company. A defining moment in my life came when I was working within this corporate environment, working in the company of, what is considered the financial district of London. Whilst also running my company, I was very meticulous with money. Some of my bills were paid in advance because that's what I learned from my father. He paid his bills years in advance, so I never saw a bill in my life. But I started paying bills when I moved to London, looking after myself. I built up a good sizable amount of savings. And by the age of 30, I had every intention of quitting corporate and becoming an investor. When I turned 30, I had come back to Kenya to celebrate my birthday with my family, and also to visit mortgage companies and to view properties that I was going to buy. At the time, the property market in Kenya was doing quite well, and I knew that when I purchased one of these properties, I would not need to be working corporate in London. I would be freed up in time to do God's work for my life. Well, that changed completely. I traveled to Kenya to celebrate my birthday. As soon as I landed back in London, my world fell apart. I had trusted a close family member and co-signed a loan against my better judgment. I know there's a scripture that says, do not co-sign a loan for anybody, or even the very bed that you sleep on will be taken from under you. It was one of the biggest mistakes of my life. I learned so many painful but powerful lessons in that season. And I'm going to share with you some of the lessons that the Lord shared with me and taught me about stewardship, about money, and about wealth. And during that defining moment in my life, I had lost everything. I lost everything I'd ever worked for from the age of 17, and I was starting life again. at the age of 30 with nothing to my name. I was starting in the negative figures, negative pounds, not even dollars. And so I was very hurt. I was very angry. I was dealing with a lot of emotions at the time. But the best place for me to go and sit is at God's feet. And so that is where I went. And I wasn't sitting there peacefully. I was sitting there in a lot of turmoil, asking God a lot of questions. What happens with this? Why this? What lesson is there to learn in this? I don't understand what's going on. And God is not afraid of tough questions. He was very ready to reason with me. And I'm going to share with you some of the nuggets that I picked up in that season that have carried me into where I am now. And these are some of the lessons that I share with even entrepreneurs and leaders that reach out for the services that we offer. So in this defining moment of my life where I lost everything I had ever worked for and had to begin to rebuild my life, the Lord taught me very quickly that my spiritual wellness was going to be dependent on walking in step with him. I had come from a season of being very financially independent, living in a nice house, driving a nice car, being very, very self-sufficient and not having to go to anybody for help. But the Lord was saying to me that in this season where you have nothing, I will be your everything. And so I had to begin to really depend on him. And I came face to face with myself as an individual, as a Christian, or so I thought at the time, as a steward of the wealth that God had given me at the time. And he said to me, because I was broke. I mean, broke is an understatement. My friends fed me. I had a home, and luckily I never lost my home. I still had the corporate job within the investment banking, within the investment bank, which was paying my bills. But now I was strapped for cash because I was living hand to mouth. And the Lord said to me, I don't need the money you have to look after you. I can look after you by myself. I don't need the money that you have generated all these years to build a company that is international. I can build it without you, but just walk with me so I can show you the way. And so my spiritual wellness in that season was dependent on walking in step with the Spirit of God. And one of the things that I learned, that if I stayed out of step and I was disobedient, I was going to lose out more than if I stayed in step. And so just to share with you, for those of you who may have gone through or are going through or are with somebody in a family member, loved one, who may be going through all of that turmoil of financial upheaval, your obedience or your disobedience is going to make the difference between how soon or how late wealth comes into your hands. Your stewardship and your ability to manage the little that you have is going to determine how quickly God is able to entrust you with more. Because if you're faithful in little, he will entrust you with more. For those of you who read the scripture, you know the parable of the talents. One was given 5, one was given, I think 2, another one was given 1, and the one who was given 5 doubled it to 10, the other one was given doubled it to 4. The one who was given 1 did nothing with it. And the one who did nothing, even the one that he had was given to the one who had become the most profitable. So in your season or whatever you may be going through, even if you're stable, your obedience to what God has called you to do is going to determine how much he can entrust in your hands to create the wealth that you're going to need in this season. And we've all seen what the global economy is looking like. We've seen the banking sector is crumbling bit by bit, and we have to take our positions. And so when it comes to positions, one of the things that I learned in that season, and God was speaking to me about, was he was saying, my children are so focused on possessions. They're focused on acquisition of things. They want to own nice cars. Well, I was one of them. Nice clothes, shoes, bags, whatever. But the Lord is saying, I am more interested in my children taking position. They need to stay in position. I will send resources to the people who are obedient and stay in position, because God makes a way. And I learned this from T.D. Jakes, who's an amazing speaker and teacher of the word. God makes a way for his message. And we as messengers being obedient are going to receive the resources and everything we need to fulfill our mandate, including the wealth that is going to be bequeathed to us because we have work to do in this planet. I loved what Tinel mentioned. There's a sense of urgency, especially if you've clocked 40. You need to sprint at this point, because if you're running behind schedule, you're on God's clock, and he's not working with your time. He's working with his time. And so the Lord was saying to me that many of his children are stuck in ownership of things, cars, money, etc. But the Lord is saying, I have people to send, and if you're going to be one of them, I will accelerate your progress. I will restore everything you've lost, but you just need to go. And so my answer was yes at the time. I said, Lord, wherever you send me, I will go. And when I said yes, that is when the doors to the nation started opening. I began traveling. I began doing a lot of study in the course of travel that helped the company that I set up become really effective in our industry. And another lesson that I learned in that season, because of all the things that I was, and it was a lot to take in, but God he put me on an accelerator program because I'd lost so much time and I needed to recover lost time, lost wealth, lost opportunities. And one of the prayers that really helped me in that season and has stayed with me is, Lord, make me like the Ark of Covenant. So those of you who know the story of the Ark of Covenant, it was a, I will call it a contraption that the Lord God made the Israelites build, where his presence could go with them everywhere they went. So they carried this box around, and I call it a box, but that really downplays the full magnitude of what it was. But wherever this ark was placed, that place prospered. It didn't matter whether it was in somebody's house or in a nation, the place prospered. And so my prayer at the time and up until now is, Lord, make me like the Ark of Covenant. Make me carry your presence. When I sit with government, when I sit with businesses, wherever I am, let your presence be so strong that they flourish. I carry your presence and I carry your purpose, and I help them fulfill their mandate by simply being there, because you've given me the frameworks, you've given me everything that I need to do, and you created this people. So give me the strategy, give me the frameworks, give me the models. I will say yes, just send me and I will go. And so if that is something that can make an impact for you, say the same prayer, that God makes you like an Ark of Covenant, especially in the world we live in now. The difference between us as children of God and those who choose not to be and maybe do other things, or choose a different pathway, the difference for us is going to be us carrying the mind of God, the knowledge and the secret things that God reveals to us about industries, about countries, and injecting that wherever we go. And when we inject that presence, that is going to be the difference maker. And when we are faithful in that, the wealth will come. Thank you so much, Nancy. I'm going to wrap up in 2 minutes. And so the world right now is looking for things that they have not experienced and things that they will not find on the internet. They're looking for you. And they're looking for business that is done with love and integrity. They're looking for money that comes with peace and not turmoil. They're looking for work that feels like ease. And they're looking for connections like what we have today that bring wholeness. And so if that is you, your wealth is going to come, because you usher in the presence of God wherever you go, because the Spirit of God is going to be your marker and your difference maker. I was once an advisor for a chamber of commerce that was doing international trade between that country I won't mention and the United Kingdom. And one day the advisor, one day the owner of the chamber, or the leader of the chamber, had a diplomatic situation that we needed to handle. And she asked me, what do I do? I said to her, give me 3 days. I need to pray about it. This lady was of a different faith. She said, no problem, you pray, come back to me in 3 days. 3 days, I came back with a message that I had from God, and I gave her the strategies, and the diplomatic situation was calm. The next time she had a situation, she said to me, please go and pray to your God and come back to me with an answer. That is the difference that the world is looking for. That is who we are in the marketplace. That is who we are wherever we go. And there's a dimension in the business world that transcends your intellect. It transcends your books. It transcends your certificates and your courses. It is carrying the presence of God, injecting the secrets of God everywhere you go, and staying in step with God so you're spiritually well enough to fulfill your mandate and to really make an impact in the world. And so thank you so much, Nancy. I think my time is up now. Happy to take questions, and happy to connect with anybody once we are done. So thank you. I'm done.
Thank you so much, Noreen. Thank you so much. That was a powerful, powerful message and powerful. I love how when you started, you took us on a journey, on a personal journey, right? And it was just so beautiful to hear that story. And of course, how you were able to conquer. So, I mean, this was something that, worked for you. And, it's something that I'm sure that if people are able to, follow through as well, then they would also come to a good place. All right. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay. All right. So, hello. Hope my audio is better.
Yeah, the
Is my
audio's a
audio better?
little, it's a little shaky. I'll take over. You can try to check it.
Okay. Let me fix
Yeah.
that.
Here,
How is
check
it
it.
now?
It's still. Mm-mm.
I
How
can
about
hear
now?
it. Okay.
How is it a little better?
I can hear you okay.
Okay. All right. It seems like there's an echo coming from somewhere, but I think we're okay now.
Okay.
Um, it could be my technology, with it, that's okay as well. I do have a question from the audience, and then I'm going to have them guys come back on. How do we become, or how do we infuse our spirituality into our business and career?
Thank you so much for that question. There's a lesson I learned on this same journey. A lot of people separate their business from their spirituality. They make it two different things, but you are the individual in the business. You have a spirit, and your spirit lives in your body, but literally everywhere you go, there you are. That's essentially what it is. And so, how do you infuse your spirituality in your business? The easiest way for me to say it is, your authenticity will permit you to say to people, this is who I am and this is what I stand for. I am a Christian and I built my business on Christian principles. I have Muslim colleagues who will stop at nothing when it comes to time for prayer. They will leave the meeting when it's time for prayer and say, I need to go and pray. You're going to need to wait for me to come back. And so for us as Christians, injecting our spirituality means acknowledging that I choose to walk in these values, I choose to walk in these principles, and communicating that to your client and saying, these are the values of my company. These are the values I have instilled as a culture in my business, and it's a non-negotiable for us. And then staying true to that. For example, I have a company with partners, and we pray. It doesn't matter where we are. We pray as partners. We commit projects. We commit meetings, especially difficult meetings. We pray in advance and we debrief, and that is our modus operandi. And in our market, that is what we are known for. We do strategy, we do technology, we do investment, we do business, but our people know that these guys just pray. These guys will not do anything without praying. So you choose, you decide what you will stand for and what you will represent in the marketplace, and just say to people, I'm a Christian. I choose to pray. I'd like, give me 2 days or 3 days, and they will respect that. I find that people respect your choices, and as long as you're authentic, but also as long as you abide and live by the values that you're representing.
I absolutely love that. You said something really powerful, and I'm going to get off because I think it might be my mic, but you mentioned being authentic. So whatever your spiritual practice is, be authentic, own it, and don't be afraid to use that in your business. You don't separate the two. It's not my spiritual practice and then my business. Everything is one. So the more we're in alignment, the better. So I absolutely love it. And I cannot stand the echo. So I'm going to go on mute and figure out what's going on. Thank you. Ngazi, over to you.
Thank you so much, Noreen. Noreen, thank you so much. That was a beautiful, powerful session. Thank you so much. I mean, just like you and Nancy said, and just like you said, everywhere you go, your spirituality goes with you. First and foremost, you're a spiritual being before you set up whatever business or you go into whatever career it is you want to do. So, I mean, it's almost impossible to separate yourself from you being a spiritual being. Thank you so much for this session. It was really very deep and very powerful. Thank you so much. Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
Cozy. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. All right. So let's get this. Let's get this to the last stop, right? But definitely not the least. Definitely not the least. And we're about to bring on our next speaker, who is Dr. Wendy Labat. She is the financial expert. So she's going to take us on a journey on how we're going to cure our financial woes and problems, right? The topic will be financial cures prescription, financial cures prescription. I think I need that. I think I need this prescription in my life, and I'm sure a lot of people do as well. So let me just tell you all a little bit about Dr. Wendy. All right. So Dr. Wendy Labat, yes, she's popularly called the financial healer. Ooh, I like that. She's the CEO of the Financial Cures LLC and MWBE, the creator of the Financial Cures System, a results-based program for financial mastery. Dr. Labat is the best-selling author of the Financial Cures books series, Diagnose Your Financial Health and Optimize Your Financial Health. She's the producer and host of the award-winning global streaming production of Financial Cures with Dr. Wendy Labat, an award-winning entrepreneur, business strategist, and international speaker. Dr. Wendy empowers entrepreneurs, corporate executives, and individuals to ease the pain of inflation, overcome anorexic income, obese, debt, spending addictions, mindset, and knowledge deficiencies, and other financial ills to optimize their financial health, enjoy financial freedom, and live the life they deserve. Wow, that is powerful. There is a whole lot more. Let me just let me get to it. So Dr. Labat is also has been awarded the Blue Rose Brilliance Award by Zondra TV Network for a global streaming show, Financial Cures with Dr. Wendy Labat. She received the Black Authors Matter TV Award for Best Interview in Business, Career, Education, Leadership, Nonfiction. She also won the Media Mastery Spotlight Award for vetted global media for being featured on over 100 stages, podcasts, books, and magazines. Wow. Dr. Labat has been featured on the cover of Tapping magazine as one of the top 25 influential leaders of 2022. Authority magazine, Voyage ATL magazine, Success Profile magazine, Black Enterprise, The Whole Woman magazine, the Atlanta Tribune, PBS American Portrait, Daring Leaders, and Lemonade Legend magazine, to name a few. She was named Top Entrepreneur Business Owner by Marquis Who's Who and Living Legend by Walden University Student Alumni. Wow. And I'm very sure that was a compressed bio. Guys, join me as I make welcome Dr. Wendy Labat.
Hello there, and thank you. This
Healer.
this conference is awesome. I'm just in awe with all the previous speakers. So I appreciate being here. And I do want to share my screen because I am talking finance. So I'd like to have some visuals for people. And I'm not tech savvy, but let's see if I can get this going here. Let's see. Okay, let me go back. And I practiced this before I got on here. Okay, let's see. We're going to do a slideshow from the beginning. So can you guys see this?
Yes, we can see your screen and we are ready for your message because I need some financial prescriptions over here. All right.
All right, then.
Thank
Well,
you.
I'm Dr. Wendy Labat, the financial healer, and I'm going to share a little bit of my story. I started my entrepreneurial journey almost 4 decades ago, and you guys are talking about being 38 and all that. My daughter's older than you guys. But anyway, I started with no business experience and very limited financial resources. And it was a time when there was no internet or social media. And the only thing you could do with a cell phone was make an expensive phone call. So being a rookie entrepreneur, I suffered a lot of financial ills. I suffered from, bankruptcy, foreclosure, repo, and all the other ones. So I know from experience what I'm talking about. And in 2014, when the government, the US government mandated that everyone have health insurance, I expanded my business to include insurance and financial services. And I didn't want to be a hypocrite. So I bought all the products I was, selling to my clients, not from a personal financial planning perspective, but from a marketing and business perspective. And because people were asking me, well, what do you have? Where's your, money? And I could honestly say where it was. So in 2017, I was diagnosed with a very aggressive form of breast cancer. Nobody in my family had breast cancer. So I'm the first one. So I'm like, okay, Lord, if it's going to be aggressive, I'm going to be aggressive. So my aggressive treatment meant chemotherapy every 3 weeks for a year, 5 surgeries, all the CAT scans, PET scans, prescription drugs, and everything that it took to conquer the disease. So once I, got done with all that, my medical bills totaled almost $1.5 million. But because I practiced what I preached, my health insurance paid all that. And because I also, they said didn't want to be a hypocrite and bought all these products that I never thought I would have to use, I ended up getting multiple 6-figure financial tax-free shots in the arm that allowed me to focus on my recovery and not worry about money. So, once I, was cancer-free, I'm like, okay, Lord, I'm happy, I'm healthy, I'm wealthy, I'm in my comfort zone, I am good. And he said, no, I took you through this journey and brought you out better than you went in, because you're going on a crusade to empower others to not let an illness or injury ruin them financially. And you're going to empower people to take control over their finances and live that financial free life and live the life they desire. So that's where the financial cure system, how that was developed. Now, Robert Kiyosaki says it's not about how much money you make, but how much money you keep, how hard your money works for you, and how many generations you keep it for. And there's a lot of focus on physical health, mental health, and even social health since COVID. But there's very little emphasis on financial health. And people confuse and conflate financial health with financial literacy. But the difference is you could be financially literate, but still have poor, even fatal financial health. Financial literacy is knowing what to do, but financial health is the measure of whether or not you did it. So my focus is on financial health. Now, there's a six-stage process to optimize your financial health. You've got solvency, where your income equals your debt plus living expenses. You've got stability, where your income equals debt plus living expenses plus an emergency fund. You've got debt freedom, where you've got no debt, and this increases your ability to add streams of income or make investments. You got security, where you got streams of income, which are greater than your living expenses and emergency fund. You've got independence, where you've got multiple streams of income that are greater than your short-term goals. And you've got abundance, where your multiple streams of income are more than greater than anything you want. And that's optimal financial health. Now, where are you? What step are you in? You have to, know where you are. Now, if you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. Do you say, I can't afford something? Say if you want to buy a house, oh, I can't afford that. Or do you ask yourself, how can I afford it? So you have to change the way you look at things. Now, there's 6 obstacles that prevent people from optimizing their financial health. The first thing is the mindset and knowledge deficiency, control over your finances, proper protection. My story is a perfect example of how you have to have proper protection. Tax codes and laws, you have to understand how they impact your income. investment losses, market risk, and the global economic impact, and taking action. Now, I don't care what you do. You don't have to have a doctorate degree in finance, but you have to know some basic principles. Never underestimate the power of the basics. And it also requires discipline where you choose what you want more over what you want now. You have to plan where your money goes instead of wondering where it went. You have to spend less and keep more of what you make. And more money can't fix bad spending habits. And money saved is money earned. You have always have multiple sources of income. You can either earn compound interest or pay it. So if you don't understand it, you're going to pay it. If you do understand it, you're going to earn it. And you have to use creative ways to dramatically increase your income. You have to make expense reduction and debt elimination a conscious choice. And you have to acquire proper protection to prevent financial ruin. And a business is not your personal piggy bank. You have to differentiate your needs versus your wants. You know, a need is something you can't do without, like, you know, food, clothing, a roof over your head. Wants are things that you can do without. You don't have to have gourmet food. You can need food, but you don't have to have gourmet food. You may want gourmet food, but, you know, wants are things that you desire, but you can do without. You have to distinguish your expenses versus debt. Expenses are things that are going to come around even if you pay it off, like your mortgage, your monthly utility bill. You pay that off every month, but then the next month rolls around, you got another one. Debt is something that once you make that final payment, like your mortgage or a car note, that's it. You know, when you make that final payment based on the terms of that contract, then that debt is eliminated. And you have to control your spending. You know, people say, I can't afford this, I can't afford that, but they can afford it if they control the spending. And, you know, I do give my clients a spending challenge where they find that they got hundreds, sometimes even thousands of dollars that they're wasting by not controlling their spending. Now, you want to reduce expenses and eliminate debt without spending more money. And here's some ways you can do that. You can take advantage of deferments or 0% offers. If you have a credit card and a company sends you a credit card where you get 0% interest for 18 months, you can transfer the balances from those cards where you are paying interest to the 0% card, and you have 18 months to kind of take that money and eliminate some debt or reduce some expenses. You want to avoid late fees and penalties. You want to use coupons, rewards, and discounts. You want to reevaluate and renegotiate service contracts. You want to cancel unused subscriptions and memberships because companies, they get you sign up for free trials and they figure you're going to forget about it and they're going to keep on billing you, every month, and then you keep paying it because you don't realize that you didn't cancel. You want to consolidate or refinance loans, and you want to pay off debt with small balances so you can redirect that money to pay off the next level of debt. Now, in 2017, banks made $34 billion in overdraft fees. And this is from people that really can't afford to pay those overdraft fees. So, make sure you're not one of them. Now, there are 4 pillars of generational wealth. The first one is proper management of wealth. You have to understand how money works, how to create and manage wealth. The next thing is real estate. You need to own some. You can't leave or inherit a rented property. If you're renting an apartment, when you die, you're just paying the owner's mortgage every month or a profit to them every month. So you want to own some real estate. You want to own a business or become an entrepreneur. You want to sell something, not just be a consumer. As an entrepreneur or business owner, you create jobs and you establish multiple streams of income. And you want to have proper insurance. 60% of all wealth is created and transferred through proper insurance of life, health, income, and assets. You've got to have a strategy. You got to have a strategy to get from where you are to where you want to be. And action changes things. You got to act. You have to do something. You can't just know this stuff. You have to implement it. So you have to have your checks and balances and strategy and, review it to make sure that what your plan and action is accomplishing the things you want. When you think right, speak right, and do right, things will flow right to optimize your financial health. And when I say things will flow right, I don't just mean your money. I mean, your relationships, your opportunities, your discernment. Noreen talked a lot about spirituality and being obedient. You have to be obedient. I don't care what you're doing. And it's all one thing. If you're obedient, whatever you touch is going to turn to gold because you're doing what God is telling you to do. And Warren Buffett says it so eloquently, if you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, you will work until you die. And nobody wants to work until they die unless they just want to do whatever it is they like doing. And I want to thank you. I know time was short, but if you scan the QR code, it gives you all of my contact information. You can check out my show, Financial Cures with Dr. Wendy Labat, by going to FinCures, FINCURES.com. You'll see the first 2 seasons. The first season is about personal financial health. The second season is the business edition, and we're about to film our 3rd season in June. So I want to, leave enough time for questions, and I'm going to stop sharing. And we're trying to get back on track. So I hope that this was informative.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Can you hear
Wendy
me?
Labat.
Oh, okay.
I see why they call you the financial healer. Thank you so much. This was very informative. There was something you said that really stuck to me. And you said your business is not your personal piggy bank.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of times it's very difficult to separate your personal finance from your business finance. And that is the question I want to ask. We have a question from the audience, and they say the question is, how do you get to separate your personal finance from your business finance? Because a lot of entrepreneurs always make the mistake of, dipping their hands into, their company, whatever funds it is their company has, not knowing that it is not their personal funds. So how do they go about separating their personal finance from their business finance?
First, you want to have the right legal structure. You want to have that to eliminate that personal liability. But it's having a separate account. You have to have your business account, your personal account, your business credit card, your personal credit card, and you pay yourself a salary. You live within your means. You take your salary from the company, put it in your personal account, and that's where you pay your personal bills. Now, if you've got business expenses, you pay them from the business. Now, I don't know about in Nigeria, but in the U.S., the IRS does not go for commingling funds. I'm a tax preparer, so I already know you cannot mix the two, and you don't want to, because you want a realistic picture of how well your business is doing and how well you're doing personally. But if you commingle, you won't have that realistic picture.
Yeah, so you're so right. Commingling of funds. I think I've heard that a couple of times, right? So yes, I think it's good that you're hammering on it so that people understand that there needs to be a separation. There needs to be an outright separation. There is no way you can actually grow a company or even get investors to come invest in your company if you keep dipping your hand into the business funds just because it's your company. We have another question from the audience, and I'm going to take that very quickly. What connection is there between financial health and social well-being?
Well, your finances will affect everything, your health, your social well-being, because if you don't have your finances straight, for one, we say your health is your wealth, which is true. Being a cancer conqueror, hey, I don't care how much money I would have had, I need to cure that cancer. But you don't have to necessarily have money to have a good social life. That money things shouldn't be based on how much money you have. It's all about, your spirituality, about your, confidence in yourself, because everybody that has money didn't always have it. There's some silver spoon folks, but there are a lot of folks, I don't know, I'm sure you're familiar with Tyler Perry. He slept in his car. He was homeless, but look at him now. You don't have to come from money to make money and have wealth. You have to have that mindset. You have to think right. You have to do right and speak right in order for you to, you can be in whatever social setting you want to be if your mind is right.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for clarifying. Thank you so much. It's been an amazing time. It's from going from spirituality to finance to wellness to the spoken words. It's been an amazing day. Thank you so much, Doc, for all your insights. Thank you for your wealth of experience and for everything you've said. And I'm sure that we are definitely going to take that back. And this is the I Am Change conference, right? If we really want to be the change, we need to be able to change all round in all ramifications, and especially financially, because in the end, no matter what it is you do, it is about how much wealth you are able to, amass, or even whatever it is you're able to pass on to the next generation that is going to determine, how well you lived and how well you were able to impact and, lived your purpose and fulfilled your mission and, all of that. So yes, thank you so much, Doc, for all this. I'm sure is coming from years and years, not just of personal experience, but of course from everything. So these are really words on marble, really words on marble. Thank you so much for your time, madam. We really appreciate you taking the time to be here today. And to all our wonderful speakers, from Latrice Grisham, spoken words, Dr. Florence Fassan, who spoke about executive presence, the image of an intentional woman, to Tinel Dickens, who talked about wellness and mindset, launching your life's mission, to Noreen Makosewe, who spoke on spiritual wellness, the kingdom agenda, and to our beautiful Dr. Wendy Labat, the financial healer. Thank you all so much for your time. We appreciate you. We thank you. We love you all. And it's so wonderful to be connecting with women from across the world in different sectors, in different areas at the I Am Change Global EmpowHERment Conference 2023. I've had an amazing time. Isha, let me bring on Madam Nancy here. I'm bringing you on, girl. Yes, I brought you on.
So much. Thank you, Wendy.
It's been an amazing time. It's been awesome. It really has been awesome. Thank you all so much. And I'm going to hand the baton on to our UK host, Evelyn Odeyemi. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Conference. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. How is the weather over there?
It's been better today.
Great.
It was a bit wet and gray yesterday, but the sun came out today, so it's good.
Great.
It's good. It's not typical London.
I am in Los Angeles, and it's warm over here. Take a flight. Come on.
I'm not jealous.
It's warm always here.
In
In Nigeria. Wow. I'm gonna be good. Okay, UK is nice. I'm happy. It's sunny. But you've got the sun in California, you got the good food in Nigeria. Wowza. Combination.
Well, thank you so much, Ngazi. Ngazi is taking a seat. She is going to now join the audience and watch all the way from Nigeria. So she is leaving us as a host, but she is joining us as a viewer. Thank you so much. You did an amazing job. And then we're going to take it over to the UK. Take that flight, land in London where it's not as warm, but that's okay. Thank you so much, Evelyn. Thank you so much. And over to you.
Thank you. Welcome for those of you who've just joined us midway. And for those of you that have been streaming all through the program, I'm sure that you have been taking lots of notes and things that you are going to implement and action. And Dr. Wendy was amazing. When it comes to our next speaker and the next phase of this sessions, It's leadership. And to be a good leader, you definitely need good financial management. But without much further ado, I'm going to try and share my screen. Please do bear with me. Hope there's no technical issues for our next speaker, who is Miss Bemi Oni. So bear with me. Let me have a look if I can share my screen. Ooh. One moment. All right. Do bear with me, all. Fantastic. All right, here we go. Can we see this? Nancy, are you able to jump on and tell me if you can see? Great. Okay, we can. Right, here we go. Fantastic. And I'm going to bring her straight up to introduce herself and tell us a bit more. Miss Bemi, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me
for
okay?
joining us.
Yes, thank you for that really nice welcome. I am.
Fantastic. So I'm going to leave the stage for you. I'm so excited about your segment. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm just going to try and share my screen very quickly. Just let me sure to see what you can see. 1 second. I want to know. I want to share a window. Perfect. And I'm hoping that right now you guys can see my screen. Yes, I can confirm that. Perfect. Hello, everyone. I am excited to be here. As they said, my name is Bemi Oni. It hasn't changed in the time I've been introduced. And I want to spend some time this afternoon to speak to you about leadership from within. It is basically talking about unleashing the power of self-leadership. In the time that we have, it's very short time, so I'm going to try and run through this very quickly. Okay, guys, let me just jump straight in, okay? The first thing I want to look into is leadership. Now, please, guys, this is a term that is very familiar, we're all very familiar with. This is a term that is thrown around and millions of people have opinions on it. If you doubt me, just do what I did. I Googled what is leadership, and it came up with 2.3 billion results in 50 seconds. 2.3 billion results. And if you take away and look at, okay, there might be some duplication, there might be, some context here and there. I'll say there are millions and millions of opinions about leadership. And there are millions of definitions about leadership, what it is, how it can be done right, what the context is, what is bad leadership. So I have to say that you will be relieved that I am not looking to add any more to that particular context. I'm not looking to add more to definitions. I'm not looking to add more to what is right and what is wrong. Instead, what I'm actually very excited about is to talk about leadership from within. And in this conversation, I think the biggest part for me is the from within part of things. Allow me to introduce myself. I know there was a video earlier, and I wanted to use the slide very quickly to just give you a snippet of my journey. So I currently live in Canada, and this is my fourth continent. Had the pleasure of living and working in Africa, in Europe, in the Middle East, and now in North America. And in that time, I have worked with some very large organizations, and I've had the blessing of being a leader in very key roles. I'm working for different kind of leaders. Now, you can then imagine that when I look at myself as a person and I ask, what is my leadership style? Who am I as a leader? For I think the last 2 to 3 years, I've been going through this journey, just trying to understand, okay, what is my own context of leadership and how do I actually, live into it, and what does it mean for me? And what does it mean for those who are around me and who happen to work with me? It has been quite interesting and tough because I realized that from all of my experience and my exposure, I had a little bit of this from one person, a little bit of that from another person. And in different contexts, different types of leadership and different styles seem to work. But what does that mean? Because that kind of left me more confused than being clear around what leadership really is. And in working, even in my role now with leaders in large organizations and coaching them, I still ask them the question, what is leadership for you? And where is your influence of leadership coming from? So that's why I'm really excited to share my journey with you, which is being my journey of understanding what is leadership. I want to talk to you about leadership from within. This journey, I've been going through it for a while, trying to remove all of my practices, understand which part of my leadership is from deep within me as a person, as a being, and which part of it is influences from different people that actually is not in congruence to my values and how I want to experience or I want to express, the idea of leadership. So today, as I said, I wanted to talk about leadership from within. When I say leadership from within, I mean leadership from you, your authentic self. Leadership from your I am. Because for you to go into a journey of what leadership is and trying to dig into the power that exists within. And I love what Noreen was saying about the fact that we're spiritual beings and we are connected to this amazing power source, and that we can be the seed of divine. And we should be digging into that particular space actually and bringing that presence everywhere that we go. That same presence needs to show up in leadership. But for you to do that, you need to be able to understand and articulate actually what is your I am. If I said to you, who are you? What would you say? Would you introduce yourself based on your job? How would you express your I am? I'll give you an example. For me, when people ask me, and this is very new actually, because before I would have said, oh, I'm a transformation coach, I'm a this, I'm a that, but I realized very quickly, well, quite recently, and I say very quickly, in one moment it hit me, that I am none of those things. I am actually a powerful, intelligent being connected to divine source. And I express my power in many ways. I express my power, as you saw in the introduction, as a strategy leader, as a change and transformation expert, as a project leader. I express it as a daughter. I express it on the board of trustees for a charity. I express it as a sister, as a friend. But those things are just versions and expressions of who I am, my being, which is a powerful, intelligent, being connected to divine source. So when I ask you, who are you? What is your I am? Because if you find yourself in a place like me many years ago, stuck with the 2.3 billion opinions of what leadership is, then you're probably scattered. You're probably trying this today, trying that tomorrow, and it doesn't seem to all kind of work. So the question for you, or you were asking me, is, Bemi, so what do I need to do? For you to actually be able to tap into self-leadership and unleash that power, you need to start by knowing yourself. So there are three key things that I'll teach you today very quickly. The first one is know yourself. The law of awareness says you need to know yourself to grow yourself. I say you need to know yourself to lead yourself. And you need to actually be able to lead yourself to lead others. What does that mean for you? Know yourself. I know many times you've heard this phrase before, and sometimes it can be quite frustrating because you're like, I know myself. We'll get to it. The second thing is accept yourself. When you come to know and the things that you know about yourself, accept it. Accept yourself. And what do I mean by accept yourself? What are your strengths? What are those quirkiness? And what are those things that you're still working on? Accept that it's part of the journey. Surrender to it. And then once you accept yourself, begin to introduce yourself to the world. Noreen talked about it very nicely. She said, tell the other businesses, tell people how you run your business, what you're about. Well, for you to be able to do that, you first need to know what you're about. You first need to know yourself. The third thing will be to stay in awareness. Trust me, staying in awareness can be very, very difficult. And that's something that I have struggled with and I'm still struggling with sometimes. But what I'm going to do in the next few minutes is to share the tool that I use that has really helped me. Because when I say to people, stay in awareness, introduce yourself to the world. Even when you see the slide that was done earlier when I was being introduced, it can sometimes seem very uncomfortable, like, is that really me? I feel like I'm bragging. But actually, there's a way to to own it, because it's not based on something that I made up. It's based on science, on facts, which makes it easy for me to actually be able to then do what? Talk about it easily with people without feeling like a fraud, without feeling like an imposter. Because sometimes you can actually have to deal with that internal debate, or what I'm saying and what I really know about myself, they don't really align. I feel like a fraud. So how do I introduce myself to the world when there's this internal conflict within me? One minute I'm this kind of leader, the next minute I'm something else, and it's just all over the place. I'll show you the tool that I've used, and I've used with many of my clients, right? That actually has helped them to begin to own it. And the question is, where do I start? Where do I start, Demi? How do I start to know myself? How do I start to then accept myself? How do I then begin to deal with this imposter syndrome? Because people say to me, write affirmations, I wrote them down, but they don't quite feel real to me. I say them, I'm a strong leader, I'm a superwoman, I'm a divine being, but it just kind of falls off my shoulder. It doesn't quite stick. Why do I still feel like an imposter? How can I find the right words to introduce myself to the world? The tool that I've used over the last few years that has really helped me, because I know that it's easier for us as human beings to quote facts. The reason why we use numbers and everything is because we want to be able to, substantiate what we're saying, so people don't think, actually, where is this coming from? Do you have anything to back it up? The things that I use to describe myself, when I say, I'm a divine, intelligent divine being, I'm collective divine source. I can express myself as a transformation leader. I can express myself as a project leader. I can express myself as a sister, as an aunt. Confidently, I can lead in any sphere that I actually choose. Noreen and Dr. Lambert really nailed it when they said, you're a spirit being. And once you can identify and be comfortable with that, as for starters, and then understand actually what are all my quirkiness, because again, whilst there are 2 billion definitions of what leadership is, there's only one definition of you, in the sense of there's only one you. So why would we find ourselves in a position where, rather than tap into what makes us unique, rather than tap into our experiences, our personality, our gene, all of the things that makes us just, very different, that there's nobody else in the world like us. We are 1 in 2 in billions. You hear that phrase, you're 1 in a million, and it just you are one. So why do you find yourself trying to acquiesce to the different definitions of what people consider to be good leadership, what people consider to be the right leadership style? It's because in many cases in our lives, we find that we are trying to avoid criticism. We're trying to avoid judgment. And so we try to acquiesce. We try to just adapt so that it's comfortable for everybody around us, or it fits into what people expect. When I say introduce yourself to the world, it starts with, first of all, know yourself. When you know yourself, you accept yourself. But then finding the right words to actually introduce yourself to the world can be very tough. This is what I use, and has worked for me, and is working with a lot of my clients. It's what I call the Maxwell disc. This is, when I found it, it's an amazing tool. Basically, it is a 30-page report. Now, me as a human being, I had to do this twice, because I think the first time I did it, I thought, oh, this can't be true. That was just very few questions. I can just be real. Then I did it again, and I found out that actually, when you don't think about it, you begin to see yourself on the page. This report actually it introduces you to yourself. And what do I mean by that? There are many of us that we are in a place of over familiarity with ourselves. When I say know yourself, we're like, yeah, I know myself. I have a lump on my back here. I know every single quirkiness of my body. I know all the unshareable thoughts that I have. You don't even know me. I know myself. And sometimes it's what we call in my language, you say it's see finish. You know yourself so much that nothing surprises you anymore about yourself.
Yeah.
So even when people tell you,
sorry, Demi, can I just jump in quickly?
Yeah.
Your slide, are we supposed to see other things as you're speaking? Because it's been on the first page.
Oh, wow. I have been far away from the first page.
But we have been understanding, so no need to worry. We have been understanding what
Can
you've been
you,
teaching.
can you not see my page? The page that
We
has
can see it
the
now,
disc.
but it was just on that first page from when you started.
Oh, bless.
So,
Sorry, guys. You missed a lot of juicy stuff, but I hope you've been understanding.
but I'm sure we can share it if that's okay after if it's
I can share a version for you to share. That's
yeah,
okay.
fantastic. So
Yeah.
we'll just go from where you are and speak.
Okay. But tell me, do you see the one that just changed to a female face?
We can. Where do I start? Yeah.
Okay. Do you see the
Yes.
accept yourself?
We can.
Do you now see the know yourself?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so those are the key parts that you've missed. So I'm going to just move very quickly back on. So basically, I was talking about where do I start and how do I deal with all of this imposter syndrome and finding the right words very quickly because I want to make time for questions at the end, right? And I was thinking about the fact that the tool that has worked for me and is working for a lot of my clients is really this Maxwell disc method. And it's basically a 30-page report that reintroduces you to yourself. And when I say reintroduces you to yourself, this is for those who are over familiar with self. And so you're so over familiar with self sometimes that you forget all the great things that there are about you. You're so over familiar with self that actually pick the keywords that you can use to introduce yourself and build your own brand and tell people what you're about so that you can actually stick. I love this report because one is facts and science-based on evidence. And one of the things about it is that when I first did it, it highlighted to me where I had internal conflict because there was a me that I showed the world. There was a me that showed up when there was trouble. And then there was a me that showed up when I'm with myself, which was always conflicting. And that was a very painful place to be in. And this report was something that really helped me to see that. It helped me to also be able to understand people. When I met people in a few minutes, I could actually tell, okay, what kind of person that they were or where I kind of thought that they felt, and which also allowed me to be able to change my communication style to be able to build platinum connections. And when I say platinum connections, I mean that they say treat people how you want to be treated is the golden rule, but a platinum rule is treat people how they want to be treated. This provided me a very nice cheat sheet so that I could be able to actually treat people accordingly. And it made them love me more because they felt very understood. They felt very seen. And that's a very key strength for you as a leader. And it's something that's helped me all the way through. I will certainly recommend it. I want to share in a moment, I hope you can see it, some snippets from my page, from my own report. I hope you can see it. And so when I come here and I say, oh, I'm very analytical, and I'm very methodical about how I go about doing things. I'm very detail oriented. I make sure that, things are done right. I'm very good under pressure because basically I can make decisions in a moment with very little information. It doesn't take me long. I feel comfortable when I'm having conversations. I want to focus on the big picture. And I'm having these conversations in places people are thinking, oh my God, she's so confident. Oh my God, she really knows herself. She can articulate and I can see it. Well, it took me a while. This report, these are snippets from my report. I bring them into my everyday conversations on how I introduce myself to the world. I bring them into conversations as I remember when I start having the imposter syndrome and start thinking, oh, what is going on? Am I meant to be here? Am I right here? Or do I really fit in? And I remember all these great things and I begin to bring them forward. I don't feel that kind of way anymore. Why? Because it's not something I draw from thin air. It's something that is fact-based, science-based. I always say that this is a very good starting point for anyone who is trying to find the right words to describe themselves, who's trying to find their I am, who is trying to get comfortable with what it means to introduce themselves to the world and accept themselves without worrying about being an imposter. Once you can do that, it becomes easier to lead from within because it becomes easier for you to lead yourself. It also becomes easier for you to lead other people. I have to say that this is a very simple tool. It's really helped me, and if you like, it can help you too. Unfortunately, I was saying to Nancy, I am so busy these days. I have walked away from coaching a lot of my individual and personal and individual clients. But for this conference, I know that I need to do it. If I'm going to have this conversation and share what has helped me in four regions of four continents of the world, then I need to give people an opportunity to be able to tap into it. So I hope that you want to tap into it, because it's definitely been a gold mine for me. And to that end, I hope you guys can see the last slide. I want to say thank you guys so much for having me. If you didn't remember anything else from what I said, 3 key things. You need to know yourself, accept yourself, introduce yourself to the world as part of accepting yourself. That is proof of accepting yourself. And then lastly, stay in awareness. Thank you guys. It's been fantastic. Even though you missed some of my slides, but I have enjoyed myself. If you want to be the change that we're talking about and we're trying to equip you to be as part of this conference, please knowing yourself is definitely a very key place to start, and owning your space, which means that you can then express that power in any sphere that you choose to. Thank you. So that is it for me. I'm just going to go and see if I can actually see you guys now with stuff. So I'm going to stop sharing. Back to you, Emily.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Bemi. That was so insightful. And I love, the opening as you've talked about, being connected to a divine source. And, in terms of our leadership, it is based on, we're just expressing it in different roles that we have. So that really was encouraging for me. So thank you so much for that. I do have one question just before we go. You said it's know yourself so that, we can live ourselves. But some people struggle with that. I know you touched on it a bit, but for those who really struggle with who am I, that question, and in terms of their leadership, because I've experienced CEOs and executives who are intimidated in rooms, even in their position, and the rest of us are like, but you're a CEO, but they still struggle with that imposter syndrome, with knowing themselves, and to be able to lead with authenticity. So, could you kind of just slightly go in a bit more detail for us?
Happy to. And that's why one of the things, because I'm a designer from what I shared with you on my slides, and the thing is, I am somebody that I can say something easily and confidently when I know it's facts based, and there's facts against it, the science against it. I'm not just putting from thin air, so I feel more confident to be able to use those words and articulate it. And so when I'm working with leaders and they're uncomfortable about, well, doesn't that seem braggy? Why, I just don't feel comfortable saying that about myself or owning that space. It feels like I'm trying too hard. This tool is something that just opens your mind, because this is not you faking it. This is not you trying to, say, oh, my friend once told me this, or my sister once mentioned this about me, or somebody else. Because one of the things that we do is people use words to describe themselves. We like the sound of it, then we kind of borrow it and say, oh, I'm going to use that to describe myself, but it doesn't feel real because it doesn't align to who your core values and who you are within. Right. So it's really, as a person, I'll say that you need to do the work. Do the work in the sense of invest time in yourself, invest resources in yourself, so that you can do what is required to find the right adjectives that reinforce. Because some of the things is this, we always say to people, use affirmations or use practice. But the thing is, it doesn't feel real. It doesn't stick. Why?
Right.
Because it feels like we plucked it from thin air. And somebody kind of describe different things to you, and it's a feeling. But when you have science-based evidence that says, oh, you're methodical, oh, you're really good under pressure, you make decisions like this, right? You're a designer, any space that you're in, you can take a big picture and break it into pieces. Oh, when I go into conversations and I'm having these, they're like, oh, well, I like you, you're really confident. They don't know that I'm reading off what science has said to me, and I am. But I feel comfortable talking about it, right? It doesn't feel fake because I've come to own it. And in that sense, I think it's something that as a person, when you do work, when you invest in yourself, and you take the time, don't make it something that's just one more thing that right?
Really.
Make sure that it's something that you can actually practice and lead into.
Thank you so much, Bemi. I've written a lot, so there's a lot that I'm going to take and also spend more time with myself so that I know my core values as a leader. Thank you so much. It's great to have you, and I know people will touch base with you. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you
Bye
for having me.
from Canada.
Bye.
Right. So I'm going to quickly introduce our next speaker. So from leadership to another leadership format in terms of women. Let me read you her bio. Her bio is amazing. So do bear with me. I am reading off, but let me introduce her. It's Miss Stella. It says she is a business owner and an expert in agile project management. She is the co-founder and chief operations officer of NStar Technologies, a continuing education provider based in Atlanta, Georgia. NSTAR Technologies was founded to give the community an opportunity to develop skills and transition into higher impact roles. Talk about leadership, and there's more. She is an amazing leader and powerhouse, helping to empower women through her community, Women Doing It Afraid. After understanding the power and at the same time the powerlessness of fear and how it can be an obstacle to living and intentionality, this community developed by Miss Stella was created to help women defeat their fears through education and empowerment. She has spoken at global stages, National School Boards Association of Women in Leadership, online projects, and various other things. I think I won't hold you up anymore. I am going to bring up the wonderful Miss Stella. Hello from UK to Atlanta.
Yes, Atlanta. Thank you for having me. I'm super excited to be here, and I'm happy to jump right into it.
Fantastic.
Is that okay?
The stage is yours, ma'am.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, thank you once again, everyone. And I'm going to start off with asking you two questions. What fear is stopping you, and whose fear are you carrying? Take a moment to think about these two questions. And I would definitely encourage you to have your pen and paper handy. Most times we seek answers, but we do not put ourselves through the pain of sitting with the right questions. So it's easier for us to take an answer from somebody else, a shortcut, a quick hack, or a validation that would not shake our foundation, than to sit with questions that will truly cause us to look inwards and be silent. So my session today would definitely leave you with questions and thoughts. So that's why I wanted to have your pen and paper handy. And just as I have been introduced, my name is Stella Iheanacho, and just like you, I am a woman who is whole and yet made of parts. What do I mean? Different hats we wear, different layers of who we are. We navigate all of this daily. Some areas we're familiar with, some areas, yet to be bettered, right? In the place of stretching and discomfort. Think about it. What did you go through probably recently that has revealed another side of you that you didn't even know that you had? And again, like you, I am becoming and I have become. Yes, we are all becoming. And so who we are going to be tomorrow hasn't expressed yet, but who we are today, the I am that we are boldly working in today, is an indication of who we can be tomorrow. And so every day we are making choices. And even the act of not making a choice is a choice in itself. And so you might ask, well, how is this connected to fear, Stella? In every single way. The fears that we confront in our I am today is a layup to your I am tomorrow. And so my goal today is really to redefine fear to you, to enlighten you on the opportunity cost of fear, to give you tangible steps that you can implement even when you feel fear, and to ensure that you leave today with the audacity to do what sets your heart on fire. And an advanced warning, ladies, right? You're going to hear the word fear from me so many times today that by the end of the session, if anyone asks you, well, do you feel fear? You'll be like, what is that, right? So get ready for that. All right. Have you ever heard the statement that says we are the sum total of our experiences? I'm sure you've heard that statement. And we only see this, right? We only interpret this from the positive angle. And somehow we neglect that this also includes the fears that we have gathered along the way, self-inflicted fears or projected fear. So quick description, what does self-inflicted fear mean? It's a fear that you and I cause on ourselves. So for example, you have an exam for a job coming up. You know you did not prepare for that exam. You take the exam, you fail the exam. You attempt it again, you didn't change your process, and then you fail the exam. And then your I am statement is, I am not cut out for that job, influenced by your self-inflicted fear. And then the other kind of fear is projected fear, which I will talk more about that later. So every day we make choices to be here, to not be here, to get up in the morning when the alarm rings, or to go to the gym, to compare ourselves with strangers on the internet, or to be still and obey, to be self-disciplined, to honor our words with our actions, or to trust ourselves with consistency or not, right? Every day we are making choices, every single day. Or we probably make a choice to unconsciously tell everybody what we are doing so that we can get validation, to just keep our fan flaming, right? But at the end of the day, the question is, you think you are making choices, but our choices are also making us. Every day we are making choices, but our choices are always making us. So my next question for you is, the choice that you're making, that you make every single day, that you're intentional or non-intentional about it, is that choice or lack of choice influenced by fear? And so for this segment right now, I want to debunk 2 myths. And one of them is that fear only cripples people. And I know I heard that at the beginning of the session. Fear only cripples people, that it only stops people from making a move. When in fact, fear can also instigate motion. You can be stuck in fear and be stuck in inaction, and you can be stuck in fear and be in action. And so it's that conflict between, well, I want to move, but I'm stuck, with I want to stop, but I'm moving, is how powerful something that is intangible as fear can be. And yet it has tangible results in our life. If you look around the world right now, our world is such an emotion-driven world, activity-driven world. In fact, I was thinking recently that we need to have a mindset to celebrate people without the event of a celebration. Because in this world, it takes a lot of courage to be still. And so what do I mean by stillness? What do I mean by pausing or being quiet? How can I do that? If I ask you, a lot of people, most time people ask themselves, well, how can I pause? How can I just pause and let this world pass me by? Anyone ever had those thoughts at all? Or how can I stop? If I stop, I'm going to lose my relevance. Oh my goodness, something new is happening and it's trendy and I have to jump on the bandwagon, right? How can I pause and let my identity lose its essence? So what if I pause and then nobody knows who I am, yet we are in motion doing things that are in conflict with our I am? Why? The root cause of all of these things? Fear. Fear-inspired action. So you see why it's so dangerous to compare yourself to somebody else. Because we can lie to everyone, but we cannot lie to ourselves. And when you're still, your innermost thoughts are speaking, and some of us cannot handle that. And so what we do is we subdue our thoughts by doing an activity, aka action, to get a quick win so that we can feel, wait for it, courageous. There is a difference between doing it afraid, which is women doing it afraid, and doing it to avoid fear. Let me give you another example. How many of us are perfectionists? Put in the chat if you are a perfectionist, because I am a recovering perfectionist, right? Where everything has to map out mentally before you step out right. First of all, my day job doesn't even help my cause of trying to recover from perfectionism because of what I do as for my career, right? But as a perfectionist, everything has to map out mentally. We need to have the detail. We need to make sure things are perfect, right? So much time spent in planning, but then guess what? We don't execute. Then the planning leads to procrastination and then overwhelm. Now, the planning was the action, but the real problem, though, is fear. Because perfectionism is actually rooted in fear of failure. I want it to be perfect. Fear of success. Well, if I'm successful, am I going to lose people? Fear of people's opinion. Well, I got to represent XYZ. Fear of judgment. So if you're here today and your I am statement is, I am a perfectionist, I want you to ask yourself this question, though. Am I really a perfectionist, or am I just stalling because of fear? Another myth I want to debunk today is fear is only for a select group of people. Now, years ago, I started a series called the Spotlight Series Interview. And my goal was to interview women in our community who were successful in every definition of that word. But they were also bold to talk about the fears that they had faced, right? And why was this an important assignment to me? It was important to me because you don't see a lot of people talk about the struggles that they face. Some want to give the semblance of, I woke up like this, which is okay. But I also wanted to show people that fear was no respecter of persons, that every stage that you're in, there's always some sort of level of fear right there, and you don't have to run away from it. And to me, these women were relatable examples. So I want you to know that fear isn't just because you're feeling fear doesn't mean there's something off or wrong with you. No, absolutely not. Whatever you're feeling right now is valid. The question, though, for you is, what are you doing with that feeling? And now, for this segment now, I want us to reframe our perception and how we interact with fear. So if you have your notepad ready, write down this question. What fears do I have? It could be in your career, your personal life. It could be your business. It could be as a mom, just as a woman or sister, whatever hat you're wearing, or just who you are. Like, what fears do I have? And what are my fears telling me? That is the question I want you to write down. I have a community called Women Doing It Afraid. And I've been asked so many times, oh, why not women doing it courageously? Great name. Why not women doing it boldly? Fantastic name. But I say that courage exists because of fear. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the, in spite of fear, in spite of doubt, in spite of uncertainty, everything looking like I should not do X, Y, Z, I still did. So even everyone that we label courageous right now had to do something in spite of something. They had to look at the fear and say, hey, fear, I see you. I feel you, but in spite of you, I will still do X, Y, Z. So how do we reframe our perception of fear? The first thing is you need to call fear for what it is. Just because you don't want to call it doesn't mean it's not there. It's influencing you, whether you know it or not. So you need to call fear for what it is. Because someone here right now listening to me, you're probably other people's cheerleader, but yourself. You would help other people execute on their goals, but yourself. You put your goals on the back burner, you move it down the line. Your I am statement is, I am kind. I'm a great friend. I'm a midwife for other people's dreams. But what about the seed inside of you? You're not catering to it. Have you ever paused to ask yourself, why? You know the answer? Fear. And perhaps, probably you're someone who you don't even want to associate that word to yourself at all. We need to call out fear for what it is. Another way for you to reframe how you see fear is, people say fear cripples you. Fantastic. Yes, false evidence appearing real. I get it. But you need to see fear as your friend and not your enemy, as your teacher and not your captive, as an indicator for your growth, for your self-reflection and growth. What do I mean? If you ask yourself this question, why are you afraid of pausing? Talk about stillness. Why are you afraid of pausing? Why are you afraid of just pausing? Like you know that you are in a lane that you should not be. Why are you afraid of just stopping? Most times it's pride. Guess what? Your fear has led you to that answer. If fear is your friend, friends will tell you the truth, right? It's pride. So if you use fear as your friend, it will reveal the true answer that you're trying to run away from. So the next thing is, what is fear trying to teach you at this moment? That you have tied your identity to external validation. Now, that is a teachable moment. What does that mean? If you ask again, do I need to work on my self-esteem? All of these things are where, when you're still and you ask yourself these questions, now you are seeing fear as a friend, not an enemy, as a teacher, not your captive, and as an indicator for self-reflection. Fear shows you your bleeding parts, right? Yes, fear can hold you down, but it can also show you where your shortcomings are. So again, our perception of fear is, well, what is my fear telling me right now? As a friend, what is it trying to tell me? What is it trying to teach me at this moment? Where is the room for growth that I need to step up on instead of avoiding fear? I want you to think about that. Even ask yourself, why am I afraid to talk about my idea? Probably you have an idea and you're afraid to talk about it. Is it because you still don't know what your why is? If you do not ask yourself that question, how would you know where the gap is, right? Some of us have ideas, but we're afraid to talk about it. Why? Because we haven't really bought into the vision. Now, the question you have to ask yourself is, what is this fear teaching me? Or what is this fear of failure teaching me? If you're afraid of failure, what is this fear of failure teaching me? Is it teaching me that I need to study more before I go and pitch that business idea? Or what is my fear of relationship teaching me? Is it teaching me that I need to work on myself, or I need to let go of past relationships that are no longer serving me? Fear can be your teacher. And again, it can be an indicator for where you need to grow. So I think a lot of us know about this quote that says, on the other side of fear is growth. I use that all the time on my platform. But I also like to add that even walking through fear itself is growth, right? It is you confronting that area of your life that has been masked, right? So my next assignment to you right now is the power of 5 whys. What does 5 whys mean? You might be familiar with it, but that's okay. But I want you to use that whenever you are confronted with fear, which is, why am I afraid of failure? Okay. Ask yourself, you literally ask yourself why 5 times to get to the root cause of what the problem is. So if you remember my example from before, right? Why am I afraid of relationship? Well, maybe because I've been heartbroken before. Why was I heartbroken before? Like, ask yourself why 5 times to really get to the root cause of the issue. Now, let's talk about whose fear you might be carrying. I came up with the term projected fears years ago, and I'll give you an example. What happened? When I migrated to the United States of America, a couple of years ago, a family friend told me that I needed to work a certain kind of job, a menial job, because the type of job I really wanted wasn't going to be possible for me. So her suggested profession was to be a, mail delivery woman, which was what she was also doing at that time. Now, did she mean well? Perhaps she meant well, but that was a projection. She was projecting from her own experience. So we are the sum total of all the projected fears that we have let take roots in our hearts. And projection comes from most times from people that are close to us, our family, our friends, our loved ones, and probably people that are not so close to us, our coaches, even influencers. And so this is an inherited fear. It is not yours, but somehow you've let it take root in your heart. right? Now, the projection comes from these people. They mean well, but now their thoughts have become your thoughts. Their good advice now has become your advice, right? If you ask someone a question like, why didn't you write that book? Maybe someone told them, well, that in this area, people don't buy a book from people that look like us. But that wasn't your experience. That was a projected fear. Or why didn't you apply for that job? Well, they won't take an immigrant. But how do you know? You don't have the data to back that up. You haven't given yourself a chance. You're working off of someone else's data. So if I'd held on to that friend's or relative's projected fear concerning my career, now would I have had the opportunity to help professionals like me right now get into the career of their choice? I would not be able to help stay-at-home moms, for example, right? And six-figure salary, or dads who are not able to provide for their families, or women or men being able to buy houses or assets for themselves. That is the cost of projected fear. So my question to you, though, is whose fear are you carrying that is so heavy, that is heavier than your purpose? Now I'm going to end with this. Opportunity cost of holding on. Opportunity cost of fear. Remember? Now, is my time coming up?
Yeah, I wanted to kind of just really just ask you a question, because that was so much already that we, even I've got questions, all the things that you've said to consider, I've written them down. But a quick question before we go on to our next speaker. Thank you so much. That was so powerful,
No worries.
And insightful, and a lot for us to take away. You talked about, I think a lot of times, yes, there are self-inflicted, but also the projected, just like the example that you gave. I'm going to come at it from a spiritual point of view in terms of leadership. How do you deal with that in terms of the projected scene, being able to stand in a position of leadership at work, and you're fearful about your role, the security of your role, but you also want to make impact?
Can you reframe the question?
So it's dealing with the projected fear, externals. How, because in our minds, we're thinking, if I do this, or if I speak up about my faith to have this impact where I am based on my position, there is a fear that I will lose my position. So it's both a self-projected and externally projected fear.
Okay. So we're talking about speaking about our faith in our place of work so that we don't lose our position. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, first of all, there's a time and season for everything. Even the Bible says that.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to ask yourself, is that the time and season for you to talk about your faith? And if you think about it, like our fruits should be what speak about our faith. Like, instead of saying I'm a Christian, is your attitude, the way you show up to work, your excellence, the way you attend to people. That should be where people want to know more about your faith than you talking about your faith.
I guess what I mean is in terms of, I guess, principles.
Okay.
Yeah. Integrity, where certain situations may compromise your actions or your belief.
Absolutely. So for me, if I was in that situation, right, two things, right? Either I let people know who I am. I am is my I am. I am a child of God. This doesn't work with my values. This is who I am. And whatever consequences happen. Because the good thing is, like, wherever you sow good seeds, you're going to get good fruits. And so if I lose that job because of the fact that I am holding on to my faith and my integrity, one thing I know for sure is that my faith is my steps are ordered by the Lord, and greater is He that is in me, which means that I'm losing this to go to a better place. So it's not a loss for me, it's a loss for them, right? Okay. So I would say anyone in that situation, definitely just holding on to who you are, your integrity, your principles, and not moving that at all. Because as soon as you move and deviate, you keep doing that, right? Brilliant. So
okay, thank you so much. That was, I mean, again, like I said, there's so much for us to take away. So thank you for joining us, and all the best. Take care. Right, I'm going to bring on our next speaker, Miss Dalika. A quick power through in terms of her role. She is passionate about helping women transforming their pain into purpose. And she has spoken, she's done TEDx talks. Her own experience is so intense and so deep. So I'm just going to bring her straight on to talk to us and introduce herself. Miss Dalika, welcome. Are you ready to come on stage for us?
Hi.
Fantastic. Thank you. I'm not going to keep you. The floor is yours.
All right. So my name is Delacqua Isom. I am a mental wellness coach that help women transform their life from pain to purpose to power. I am also a self-published author of 2 books, Through the Pain, I Rise, Let's Talk, and behind the scenes of purpose, how to align yourself to purpose. I am also the founder of the Flawless Foundation, helping single moms reposition their lives, and the owner of Flawless Fitness Spa and Flawless Fitness Apparel. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and jump right in. As she said, that my story is very, very intense. Yes, it is, but it's not a different story. You know, it is just a story that we sweep up under the rug, that we've been told, okay, what happens in the house stays in the house, so keep it in the house. And so with that mindset, I lost my voice. So I was molested from age 5 to 12. I was raped in my early 20s. I had my first child at 15, my second one at 18. I went through a lot of physical and verbal abuse. So you can imagine how that numbed me, how that quieted me, how I was not able to understand the greatness that I carried on the inside of me because of my situations, because of my circumstances. So if you've never been molested or never been raped, you can't fathom what I'm speaking about. But maybe you haven't experienced that trauma directly. Maybe you have experienced adverse trauma. Maybe you watch your mom get beat. Maybe your father was incarcerated. Maybe you were neglected. All of it is trauma. And all of it has or plays a role in how we develop ourselves, how we see ourselves, how we find our identity or not find our identity. It also dictates to us how we value ourselves as women. And so if you've been molested, if you've been raped, you can understand that came with a lot of insecurities, how I viewed my body, how I viewed myself, how I would not allow myself to make eye contact with men because I did not want them to look or think that I'm calling their attention a certain way. So you have to understand the mindset that I walked in and what I carried on me from age 5 till my early 20s, because I did not break free until my early 20s. I went through a spiritual transformation of healing, and not only healing, but forgiveness. And so when we're talking about owning our greatness and walking in our greatness, the first thing that you must do for yourself and no one else, baby, is to heal yourself and to forgive yourself. Because when you begin to forgive yourself, you unlock the greatness and the power that you carry on the inside of you. It is not about them, it is about you. So how did I begin to heal? How did I begin to forgive those? It was simple. It wasn't spooky. It was not anything other than me making a decision after I heard my daughter, who was in elementary at that time, say she want to be like her mama. So what am I teaching her? Because if we know anything about behaviors, if we don't get rid of them, we pass them down to the next generation. Okay. And so I know I was hurting. I was broken. I was confused. I was angry at the world. I did not like people. So if my daughter is saying that she wants to be like me, what am I showing her? What generational curse mentally and emotionally am I passing down to her? So that was my determining factor in making the decision that I needed to heal and I needed to forgive, not only for myself, but for the generation of children, my son and my daughter, that I was raising. Because guess what? These children grow up to be adults. And if we are raising them from the point of attraction of pain and hurt, guess what? We're raising wounded children to become adults in this world. And that was not going to be my story. It was not going to be their story. So I began to sit and ask God, who am I? Because I saw myself as being molested. I saw myself as being raped. I saw myself with self-doubt and hatred on the inside of me. So the first thing that I did in discovering and walking in my healing and walking through that whole phase, asking the question, God, who am I? First and foremost, I had to identify myself through my pain and understand that my pain had nothing to do with my identity, but had everything to do with the purpose and the call that was on or is on my life, to walk out and to be able to carry this, to reach back and help other young men and women walk in their purpose and walk in their power. So understanding your trauma, it has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with the person that you're going to meet in the grocery store or at the gym or at a conference. It has everything to do with that. And how you respond to your trauma will dictate a lot about your life. It will either open up some doors or shut down some doors, but it all depends on how you respond to your trauma. So we must understand how important it is for us to heal and forgive everyone involved. I was molested by family members, okay? Family members that never came to apologize to me. And I did not need an apology because I understood my power was not in their apology. My power was in me setting myself free. So when you set yourself free, you take back the power that no longer says you have control over my destiny. You have no control over my purpose. So again, healing and forgiving is the first thing that we must do in understanding and walking and owning our greatness. The second thing we must do is find out, who are you? Not according to social media, not according to your friends and your family, not according to the job and the hat that you wear. Who are you? I'm a spiritual being having a human experience. And while I am having this human experience, I am going to co-create the best possible human experience that I can possibly have here on earth. And that is because I come into vibrational alignment and internal fulfillment. I don't look for the world to validate me. I don't look for things to validate me. So the second thing, ladies, find out who you are and become a vibrational alignment to that thing, and understand that your fulfillment comes from within. It does not come from outside. It does not come from social media. It does not come from the hand claps and the congratulations and the applause and our achievements. That has nothing to do with who you are, to the root, to the soul being of you. So you must discover who you are. The third thing we must do is identify our limiting beliefs. But if you don't know who you are, you're going to have a hard time finding out your hindering or limitations, your limiting beliefs. So what is causing you to stand still and not move? Whatever is causing you to stand still and not move, it is tied to who you think you are currently in this moment. And I can guarantee you that who you think you are currently in this moment that is causing you to be stagnant is not who you truly are, because you are fearfully and wonderfully made. So if you are fearfully and wonderfully made, then that means that we don't walk in fear. We walk in the power of I am, but we cannot discover who we are until we truly pull back the layers to understand the root cause of those things that causes us to be the opposite of what we think we are, which lets us walk into the misguided version of our ams. And I used to walk into that misguided version. And I made a decision to no longer walk into that misguided version of that I am. So when we are finding our identity and we are looking at the things that are hindering us, our limiting beliefs, not only do we need to look at these things, we need to dig a little deeper and find out what caused these things. I believe that since we came out of the womb, we've been programmed. And there's a lot of unprogramming that we need to do. Most of that programming came from trauma from those that raised us, from them not healing. And if you heard me say before in the very beginning that I did not want to continue to pass on that generational cycle, because guess what? My experiences was also my mother experiences, and see how that behavior, that change, that line, that curse was passed to me. And so I made a decision to say, no, it stops with me. It is not going to go to my children. So, in identifying those limiting beliefs, we have to understand, how were we programmed? What was the programming? Did that programming come from things that you were taught? Were you taught fear? Were you taught self-doubt? Did people speak down to you? And if so, when did it first happen? Be able to dig deep below the surface. It's time for us to come below the surface and not be so shallow with who we are and get to the deep being of us. Is there a question?
No, you're still good. You're still good. We're coming up with a question soon.
Okay. Okay. All right. So identify those limiting beliefs that you have on the inside of you. Because once you begin to identify those limiting beliefs, you can identify your behaviors and you can identify your triggers. And therefore, you no longer have to cope with the behaviors of those things that trigger you. I believe in the complete power of healing. I don't have any triggers. Guess why? Because I've been set free. I understood where those triggers came from and understood what I needed to do for me to stop those triggers from reproducing in my life. So, okay. I'm sorry. I'm trying to look down at the screen and talk at the same time. I'm not used to being on a virtual conference. I'm used to being in front of a live audience. So it's a kind of a lot for me at this moment. But anyway, so when we're identifying our triggers and we're identifying the behaviors, where was the point of entry? If we look at the Bible says, fear not. I don't know how many times, like 300 and something times. But where did fear first enter into the Bible? It entered with Adam and Eve. And so when we were able to identify where that fear came from, we have to also be able to identify within ourselves where these limiting beliefs came from that has hindered us from moving and walking in our purpose and owning our greatness. We cannot walk in the fullness of our greatness until we get these things off of us, out of our vibration, and clear our energy from these things. The other thing that you want to do is you want to be accountable. Be accountable to who you are, not to who you think people think you are, not accountable to someone else's standards, but hold yourself accountable every single day and show up as your true, authentic self every single day, even if it offends someone else. Because again, when you start walking in your power, when you start walking in your greatness, when you start really becoming your true, authentic self, you are going to raise your vibration. And those people that do not identify with you, they will fall off you. And it is completely okay. It is completely okay to allow those people to fall off. Because if you keep those people hanging on to you, they are going to cause a vibrational interference with your path, because you're not only dealing with you now, you're stumbling because you are trying to pull them up and they're wearing you down because they have not tapped into the healed versions of themselves. So in owning your power, understand that it is completely okay to not yield your personal power to people pleasing those that do not serve your path and where you are going.
Thank you so much. I wasn't sure if you had finished.
Yes.
No, but that's fantastic. Thank you so much. That's so very deep and intense. And I do have a question. The first point that you made was about heal yourself and forgive yourself. And absolutely that is key. But a lot of the times people ask the question, is there a time frame for that? Because people go through years trying to heal, trying to forgive the person that has hurt them, or trying to forgive themselves. And there's an argument that it shouldn't take time. If you just go through the process. So does it take time, or is it a process?
I feel like it is a process. It does take time. But for me, it was a quick decision because I was ready. And so I personally feel that when you are really, really ready to let go and forgive people, it happens instantly for you. It is not something that you continue to carry around with you. My cousins that molested me, one of them is dead, one of them is alive, and I can go around him. I can hug him. I can talk to him. Now, I do use wisdom. I ain't going around the corner with you by myself, because I understand that that spirit is still on you. But it can be a very quick decision when you have made up inside of you that you are ready. And I was completely ready, because I understood that there was so much more in the midst of everything that I went through. I understood that there was so much more in me than what I was seeing manifest in my life. And it was time for me to release and let go so that I can move forward, not just for me, but for my children as well.
That was powerful. I thought that was absolutely powerful, that for the next generation as well. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Thank you for giving us the insight. It was a pleasure having you.
Thank
And sorry,
you.
where did you say you were based?
I'm in
Because we know
Atlanta.
this is
I'm in
global. So
Georgia.
you're in
Yes,
yeah,
I'm in Georgia. You can connect with
I did
me.
say so.
Okay, so you guys can connect with me on Instagram. I do a lot of little coaching points on my page, just freely throughout the day as I feel led to drop something. I do, and I have a lot of women empowerment events and men events coming up as well.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. And as she said, everyone do connect. Thank you. Take care. And I'm going to bring on our next speaker soon. Right, a quick introduction, because I am mindful of our time. So we are going from that mental wellness in terms of forgiving ourselves to back to leadership, because it starts with self. To lead, you have to definitely be able to have healed and forgiving yourself for various things. But also when you're in a position of leadership and executive position, there's a lot more that you really have to work on in terms of your beliefs. So I want to introduce Miss Constance Howard, who is an executive coach dedicated to empowering professional women to overcoming our limiting beliefs. Her career spans 40 years, so she's definitely experienced, and there's a lot for us to learn. And also, she is 3 times Emmy award-winning journalist. Miss Constance, please welcome to the stage, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I am so excited to hear, to learn from you. Such a vast many years of experience. So I'm really excited. And I'm going to exit the stage. Before I do, could you tell us where you are based?
I am in the Washington, D.C. area.
Fantastic. So we are nice. Right. I'm going to exit. The stage is yours, ma'am.
Okay, great. I'm so happy to be here. As as Evelyn said, I spent nearly 40 years in TV news. And today I want to talk to you about how you show up with unstoppable confidence inside and out. And to do that, I want to start by going back to 2020 when the pandemic first started. We were told that we would have to wear a mask. And I got to say, that shook me a little bit, as I'm sure it did you. The masks started out very basic. And then as time went on, they became more elaborate and more colorful. And then we ended up having a mask for every outfit. I think that was our way of getting control over a situation no one had control over. But truth be told, many of us started wearing a mask long before the pandemic. Not the physical one like you see on the screen, but those invisible masks that we wear to hide who we really are. We shield our fears and insecurities. So we looked all dressed up on the outside, but on the inside, here and here, there are a gazillion questions running, raging, like, am I good enough? Am I smart enough? Can I do this job? Those questions and those doubts never go away. You see, they're part of a negative loop that goes on in our minds. Psychologists say that we have anywhere between 8 and 10,000 thoughts a day. 80% of those thoughts are what you thought yesterday and the day before. But here's the number to think about. 90% of your thoughts are negative, and they're negative against yourself. That feeling that you aren't good enough or that you don't measure up got a label in the 1970s. Psychologists called it the imposter syndrome. You may have heard that. People have been talking about that quite a bit. It's an inability to accept your success and your achievements as something that you did based on your skill. Instead, you say it was because of luck. And you fear that people will find out that you're not as good as you say you are and label you a fraud or an imposter. And that's what many of you and I have in common with Michelle Obama. Smart, talented, beautiful, like you. But she has openly discussed how there were many times, and there still are times when she feels like she is not enough, that she doesn't deserve all the attention that she gets. The imposter syndrome is something that we share with author Maya Angelou, who wrote I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. She wrote about it. Oprah has called her Mother Wisdom. Maya Angelou called herself a phenomenal woman, but she still had the imposter syndrome. She wrote, each time I write a book, every time I face that yellow pad, the challenge is so great. I've written 11 books, but each time I think, uh-oh, they're going to find out now. I've run a game on everyone, and they're going to find me out. And even Lizzo, yes, full-figured, leotard-wearing, loud as she wants to be, Lizzo has questioned whether she deserved to be on the stage at times. Have you had moments when you felt like you were in over your head? Like everyone else around you was smarter, more creative, more engaging? I have. I built a nearly 40-year career in TV news. I was among the first African Americans to run a TV news department in this country. My last job was as executive producer for the NBC station here in Washington, D.C. I oversaw the morning newscast. On many days, we were among the highest rated newscasts in the country. I've won 3 Emmys and countless other awards. But there were many days when I felt like I didn't belong, like I was one breaking news story away from it all crumbling down. You see, the imposter syndrome doesn't care who you are or what you do. The International Journal of Behavioral Science estimates that 70% of all of us will experience it in our careers. That number soars to 82% when you talk about women. It's a false negative message that we hold on to in our minds. For Black and brown women, it's the propaganda repeatedly reinforced in various insidious ways that we're not good enough, not smart enough, that we only have the opportunity because of affirmative action. And I know you've heard this more than once, that we're too loud or too aggressive. That negative loop gets in our minds and robs us of enjoying and celebrating our accomplishments and knowing that we are more than enough. My goal today is to help you identify how the imposter syndrome manifests itself in your life and the horrible toll it's taking. And I want to give you some tools that will help you stop those negative thoughts and behaviors before they can ever take hold. Let's start with how the imposter syndrome shows up. It's pretty tricky. It's different from all of us, but there are some key ways that it shows up for many people. I'm going to throw out a couple of them, and you tell me in the chat if any of that resonates with you. First, are you a perfectionist? I know there are some of you out there. Do you obsess over the smallest of details? Are you a procrastinator? Do you put off starting an assignment because you're afraid you won't measure up? Do you work longer and harder than any of your teammates? Do you hesitate to ask for help? Those are just a few ways it will show up. I challenge you to think about how you behave when your confidence gets a little shaky. Now, let me tell you the toll it takes. It robs you of the opportunity to showcase your skills and your talents. Often for me, it would show up when I would be in a meeting. I would be fully prepared to participate, but I'd look around the room and I think, wow, he looks pretty smart and she looks pretty creative. And that negative loop would kick in and it would say, Constance, you're not that great. Maybe you ought to just be quiet. And I could feel my voice getting smaller and smaller, and I could feel myself shrinking. The imposter syndrome cost me, the thoughts that I wasn't good enough. I allowed fear to rule over me. I dimmed my light while others shined. I did not honor my brilliance. And no one did that to me but me. What opportunities did you not go for because you didn't think you were good enough? What projects and events did you pass over because you didn't think you deserved it? Did you neglect your family and friends because you were busy working crazy hours? If that sounds like you, well, let's now talk about how you go from the imposter syndrome to unstoppable confidence. I created this plan called the Disruptive Plan, and it has 3 parts: I am, fight back, and inner circle. Let's start with I am. And I know you might be thinking, really? This big plan starts with I am? Yes, it does. Because everything you attach I am to, you become. Psychologists say that I am affirmations tap into your subconscious mind. And it's your subconscious mind that dictates 95% of your behaviors and thoughts. And if you can tap into that, then you have a good chance of changing your thoughts and behaviors. Remember, anything you attach I am to, you become. I remember when I was transitioning from a journalist into coaching, my bathroom mirror was covered with I ams. It was like, I am an entrepreneur. I am confident. I can do this job. And I would read them and say them out loud because in speaking them and reading them, that's where you get inspiration, not just for yourself, but for others around you. The second leg of this plan is the fight back. Fight back because you are literally fighting the negative thought in your mind. Now, I told you earlier that I spent decades as a journalist. I started as a reporter, then the producer who actually puts the shows together. And then I went further up the management team. Writing was the foundation of my very successful career. But in my mind, I thought, I'm not a good writer. So let me tell you how fight back works. On a piece of paper, you're going to create 3 columns. The first column, you're going to label negative thought. The second, evidence. And the third column, you're going to mark the truth. Now, using me, for example, I said that I was not a good writer. Okay. Second column, what's the evidence that supports that thought? How can I prove that I'm not a good writer? And in the third column, what is the truth? And when I thought about it, I couldn't come up with any solid evidence that proved I was a bad writer. In fact, in the third column, I listed the countless news stories that I wrote, the programs that I wrote, the awards that I had received for my writing. And I think you're going to find the same thing. What you'll find is that columns 2 and 3 they aren't in sync. You can't really find solid evidence to support that negative thought. It may have been something that happened to you 5, 10 years ago when you were a different person. It may have happened when you were at the beginning of your career. And now that you're more seasoned, it doesn't happen anymore. If you take a good hard look at this diagram, you'll see that column A, the first column, is a lie that's been holding on to you for a long time. Then, once you see that it's a lie, flip the narrative. So instead of, I'm not a good writer, it became, I'm an excellent writer.
Brilliant.
The third leg of this disruptive plan is your inner circle. And I might step on some toes here. Who are you hanging around? Researchers say that you are the average of the 5 people you spend most of your time with. Let's think about them. Are they supportive? Do they hold you accountable to your dreams?
Yeah.
Are they aligned with your values, your goals, and your destiny? If they aren't, then maybe you ought to rethink your inner circle. I had a highly successful client who, through no fault of her own, was laid off at the beginning of the pandemic. She was gripped by the imposter syndrome. She was convinced no one would hire an older woman, someone in her 50s, and that she would be able to keep up with younger workers. On,
Yeah.
on a day when we were supposed to work on her resume, she was vacuuming her floor. She was convinced that that was the best use of her time, not working on her resume, but cleaning her floor.
Yeah.
As I told you, the imposter syndrome, one of the signs of the imposter syndrome is procrastination. It took me a while to get her to see that she was just procrastinating because she was afraid. We laugh about that now. Now she is director of community initiatives and marketing for a
Wow.
multi-dollar auto dealership in Ohio. She has a fulfilled life and she has unstoppable confidence. That's the value in having good people in your inner circle who can lift you up when you're having a valley moment.
Miss Constance, I'm going to say thank you so much. Um, I've written so much already about that. And also, I've learned I love this disruptive plan that you've got here. I have screenshot, I've written it, and I am definitely going to take it away and implement it for
Oh,
myself. Um, I do apologize because I'm looking at the time for us, and that has been so useful. So I'm going to say thank you so much, ma'am, and so that I can bring on our next speaker. But are you able to just say where people can
okay.
get you? How
Yes,
you link?
all of my information should be on the screen. Are you not seeing it? Can you
No,
see it?
you're back. You're not
Okay.
sharing.
Okay. All right. Well, it will be on our I guess when they replay it.
Brilliant. And we'll definitely have it on our platform. So for those following us on Instagram and our and newsletter as well. Thank
All
you
right.
so much,
Thank you.
ma'am. Take
Bye-bye.
care. Bye bye. Right. I'm going to bring on our next speaker, Dr. Orosa. Do bear with me, Orobosa. I hope she's not going to tell me off when she comes on. But she too is a phenomenal woman and she has done some amazing things. But I'm not going to keep you. I'm actually, I'll tell you I'll give a bit of an intro. Do bear with me because it's very impressive. She's a professor, leadership development expert, women's empowerment speaker, and an author of Be Bold, Be Confident, Be You. Miss Dr. Arabosa, welcome to the stage.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. It's Dr. Orobusa, but Orobusa is fine as
Say no, I have to respect it. How do I say it?
Orobusa.
Orobosa. There we go. The
Yes.
stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Greetings, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to the host and the organizers of this event. I am today going to talk about the power of creating your own lane and boldly thriving in this process. I know throughout to the day you've been listening to amazing women and speakers speak, talking about how you can level up on purpose as a woman who is on a mission. So today I just want to continue to add to that conversation and show you how you can use what you've learned and apply it to running your journey or running your race. And so let's see, I don't know if it's moving. Okay, I think the presentation is a little stuck. Okay, I think it's stuck on my end. Give me a second. So sorry. All right. So before I get into just the presentation, I want you to hold on to these words. It says, I am who I say I am. I am who God has destined me to be. I walk to the tune of my own beat, and that is how I define who I want to be. See, in this process of creating your own lane, it's all about owning it and boldly working in purpose. And even if you're not at a space of finding your purpose, boldly walking in the vision that you have for yourself. As Evelyn, the lovely host, has spoke of my background, and just to give you just a tad bit of the essence of time, I am the founder and owner of two mentorship organizations that are really dedicated to pouring into women and healthcare professionals. And so Be Bold Africa, it is a global international mentorship program dedicated to empowering women of color who resonate with or identify of being of African descent. I also have the mentorship program called For Health Scholars, and it's really specifically for professionals in the healthcare space. I have been endorsed and recognized by many esteemed leaders and institutions. I have worked with organizations who funded my projects and initiatives, and I was able to do that because I was able to operate in my own lane. And guess what? You can too. And so today I want to give you really quickly 6 tips on how you can create your own lane and boldly thrive in the process. So the first tip is to get clear on your personal and professional goals. I know that many people will tell you, oh, is goal planning effective? It is, because that is the first step in declaring what you want to do. And so I would tell you that as much as we want to be successful in our careers, we also have to pour in and make sure that we take our personal endeavors and our personal goals and put that a part of the agenda and priority. Tip number 2 is to make a decision to move forward in achieving your outlined goals. Now that you've stated this is what you want to do, make the decision that you're going to take time to act on it. Tip number 3 is to create a smart plan of action. So when we say smart, I want you to make sure that that plan of action is specific, it's measurable, it is achievable, it is result-driven, and time-bound. Because a plan without any form of action is just a mere dream. And so the next tip that I want to give you is to use your fears as a tool to take action. We know that fear is a false evidence appearing real. However, it is a real symptom. And for many people, they will say, oh, discount fear. No, it is actually a real thing, a real emotion. And instead of letting that emotion cripple you, because that's the unhealthy thing, use that as a tool to encourage you to continue to move forward in the vision, mission, or passion projects that you may have. Tip number 5, connect with like-minded professionals and participate in available opportunities, such like this conference. Being around people who have the same type of drive, who have the same type of or similar vision as you, can always give you that encouragement and that motivation that you need to take action just to get started. And so I would tell you to surround yourself, continue to show up to conferences like this. Make sure you come to day 2 tomorrow to hear all of the other speakers, because each presentation that was shared with you today are giving you gems and values of information that you can apply to be successful. And then the last tip I have for you, don't worry about what other people think about you and your goals to thrive in your respective industry, or your vision, or your goal. Yes, the haters are real. People are going to dislike what you do, but that is none of your concern. When you are operating from purpose, which many of the speakers have talked about today, you're not concerned about what others think about you. And so go into it knowing that you will make mistakes along the way, because the lane is not straight, but still push ahead. And then the bonus tip that I have for you is to enjoy the process in its entirety, the good and the challenging. Many people want to just disregard the hard times or the challenging times, but those are the moments that really cultivate who you are when you see the successes. And so at the end of my presentation, I want you to remember this. Your goals and dreams are only impossible until you achieve them. All right. And so I just want to thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to speak with you today. You can grab a copy of my book here. I am an author of this book. It is really dedicated to show you how to level up and thrive on whatever goals you have as a woman. And this is how you can connect with me. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Wowzer. Thank you so much, Doctor. My screen's frozen. I'm hoping you can still hear me.
I can. I think
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, it's a little glitchy, but I can. Thank you.
A little time delay. Brilliant. Thank you for joining us. And, it was great to hear that and amazing stuff that you're doing. Thank you so much, Doctor. You take care.
Bye.
And we are going to jump on to our next speaker, which is Miss Crystal Parker. A quick intro in terms of her bio, and do bear with me, of course, that I'm reading. She is a family nurse practitioner with over 12 years experience, and she has spent majority of her career in ER. So, Nancy.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring in our
That's
new
not
host.
you. I was not reading about you.
No, I know, right? I'm Crystal. No, I wanted to transition. Our wonderful host is here to take on over. Jamise is here. So Jamise.
Is she? I can see there she is. Hold on, you've taken her back. She's back up. There we go. Hi.
Can y'all hear me? Show is good to be in the place. Okay.
We are excited. We are excited to have you, Jamise.
Fantastic. So we're going from the UK back to the US.
We are. We're taking a nice little flight on over to New York with Jamise. So thank you so much. Evelyn, you've been phenomenal. You are a pro. You're professional. You've done this in your past life. I think so.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We enjoyed having you, Evelyn. Thank you so much. Go back to your cold weather now.
The shade, honey, the shade, the weather shade. The weather shade is happening. It is. I am so honored and excited and privileged to be here with you this weekend. I've been listening in all day as I was doing. Okay, I had to bring up my YouTube channel, okay, and put it on the TV while I was getting some things done. Cause y'all know how we be doing as mothers and wives and business owners and entrepreneurs and all of the many hats that we have. We always doing something while we doing something, right? And so I was doing some things earlier and got to listen in and learn so much. The speakers have been absolutely phenomenal. And so I'm excited to continue hearing, continue learning, continue getting some nuggets here today, continue discovering how I am, okay? How I am. And we are going to continue that next with Crystal Parker, who is going to be sharing with us around physical wellness. And she knows just a little bit, okay, just a tinge. She know a little bit about it with 12 years of experience as a family nurse practitioner, with most of her experience in the ER. That means she gonna get us together directly and stat, as they say in the ER. Okay, that means with the quickness. Okay, she is the owner of Savvy Beauty and Wellness, which is a med spa specializing in IV hydration and aesthetics with a mission for enhancing beauty and wellness for all. In addition to that, Crystal also coaches aspiring nurse entrepreneurs. Who knew you could be a nurse and an entrepreneur at the same time? Crystal, tell us about it. And she coaches aspiring nurse entrepreneurs on opening their own businesses and has created the community she wishes she had when she started out her business. So many of us do that, right? We start our businesses out of our need, right? What we needed. And in her free time, she loves traveling. Come on, a good flight is always in order. And being with her family, which is her husband and her two baby girls who are 3 and 1. One of her favorite quotes is, "You are too cute to be ashy." And I know that's right. God does not want us to be ashy in this season, right? So I believe that that's not God's desire for us to be ashy. So let us know how we can say I'm good and well moisturized like a good Tin Man.
Yeah.
The stage is all yours, Crystal. Everyone, please welcome Crystal Parker to the stage.
Hello, everyone. I am so happy to be here, so honored to be here, not only to be speaking to you guys, but also to be getting poured into as well, because community is so important. These speakers have been amazing, and it all segues into what I'll be talking about today, which is aesthetic treatments that we can get to enhance our beauty, which helps us feel confident, helps us step up to be a leader, as the speaker talked about earlier, how to have your brand and promote yourself. So I'm just going to do a little presentation. Hopefully I can move quickly here. So yes, too cute to be ashy. I have let's see if I can, there we go. Okay, so a little bit about me. She already said a lot. Our host, owner of Savvy Beauty and Wellness, which is here in Rancho Cucamonga, California. I spoke this year earlier at a big conference for aesthetic providers, and that was on diversity in aesthetics, because that is something that is near and dear to my heart. There's a lot of treatments we can get to make ourselves look and feel beautiful, but a lot of times women of color do not either know about these treatments, or we are nervous and scared, and it's a little taboo in our community. So again, Jesus lover, wife, mom of 2 girls, ages 3 and 1. I also have a podcast, The Nurse Boss Shift, in which she mentioned I help nurses start their own businesses as well. So melanin makes you beautiful, as we know, but rest and self-care make you whole. So self-care is non-negotiable. I just want to remind us of that. So what is aesthetics? Aesthetics is aesthetic medicine that comprises of medical procedures that are aimed at improving the physical appearance and satisfaction of the patient using non-invasive, meaning non-surgical cosmetic procedures. So I just want to talk to this about, because when we are trying to build ourselves up and gain the confidence to go out there and either start our businesses or start our nonprofits or help other people, it always helps if we feel good, because when we feel and look good, I feel like we perform better. Okay, so services I offer here, and I only say this to say there's a lot I could talk about with this, but we only have a little bit of time. But I do offer Botox, filler, IV hydration, microneedling for the face with and without PRP, and exosomes, which are stem cells. I offer hormone replacement therapy, weight loss solutions, hair restoration, PDO threads, and I have an esthetician here on site. But today we're going to talk a little bit about 3 of my favorite treatments, and to give you guys a little insight and education so you can possibly go get service yourself. So as we age, fat, bone, collagen, they start to decrease. Okay, over the age of 35, the number of bone regenerating cells decrease rapidly. So as you can see in the pictures here, from 35 to 45, this patient has stronger muscles. But as we age, as you can see, the fat gets less, the bone isn't there, and we start having that sagging look that we see in the mirror as we get older. So they always say black don't crack, but we do wrinkle. Women of color don't crack. Our skin doesn't crack. It stays supple and hydrated for a long time, but we do wrinkle. So in that case, then we have what's called Botox. Botox is a brand name, but everyone knows Botox. So there's a lot of different type of brands, just like there is soda, but just like Coke and Pepsi, people know those. People are familiar with those. So commonly asked questions, areas that can be treated with Botox, and what Botox is. It is a toxin that goes in and it basically cuts off the chemical responses, which makes your muscles, it doesn't respond to your muscles, so your skin stays smooth and we don't have those wrinkles. So when you put on makeup and you smile, or your forehead wrinkles, you see those cracks and things, we can get rid of that with Botox. So areas that can be treated: the face, the neck for neck muscles, masseters, which are if you grind your teeth at night, you can get Botox in your masseters so you stop grinding your teeth at night. It can also prevent headaches and things like that. You can get it in your armpits and the palms of your hands, and also your edges for sweating. Also the nose, if you sweat a lot on the nose, we can do a little Botox on the nose and it actually stops sweating. You can, I said the neck muscles already. And then also if you have small little lines, smoker lines, they call them, above the lip, we can do some Botox to get rid of those lines, and also to give you what's called a lip flip, which the lip flips up. If you find that you smile and your lip hides, you can do a little Botox to bring that lip back out to show. Okay, it's never too late to start Botox, okay? But if you start early, late 20s, then the more you do it is preventative. So by the time you get 40, you probably only have to go for a treatment once a year. Okay, you want to research an experienced injector. This is not the service to Groupon or get deals on. You want to find someone who is experienced, and that's how you prevent either looking frozen, that people are scared of, or having complications. Okay, we allow for 21 days for things to settle. With tox, the results last 4 to 5 months. Typical cost of treatment is $400 to $1,200. It's a 15-minute treatment. Potential side effects could be temporary bruising, swelling, and redness at the injection site, but those usually go away in a few days. So these are some examples. As you see on the left, there's forehead wrinkles. It's now smooth. In the middle picture, you see the crow's feet. We smooth those down so there's the lines around the eyes. To the right is another picture of a smooth forehead. In the middle, At the bottom, I show a patient who has what we call the 11. So if you frown and you see those 11s, Botox can smooth that right on out. Okay, next is skincare. I can do everything I want with the Botox, have your skin looking smooth, but that's just icing on the cake, okay? Skincare is very important, especially if you're the age of 30. Please do not use grocery store skincare for your face, okay? I do sell and recommend medical grade skincare, but you don't always have to have, medical grade skincare. But I do sell ZO products, which I really love. So as I said, they can only go so far, and I treat my self-care routine my skincare routine as my self-care. When I do my skincare in the morning and at night, I have affirmations on my window, my I am statements. I put them up there. That's 15 minutes where I lock the girls, lock my kids out of the room, and I do my skincare and I quote my affirmations for the day. So you can kind of make that, your ritual in the morning. And I always like to add that Vaseline and cocoa butter do not count as skincare. We cannot use those products on our face and expect our skin to stay good because these are different toxins and environment we're living in. So just as a basic skin washing routine, so you have face wash first, then you want to use a toner, then you want to use a serum. Like a retinol is good, a moisturizer, some vitamin C, and sunscreen. That's kind of the order of your skincare. Using those basic products will keep your skin looking nice and healthy. Okay, you basically put your creams and your serums on based by the thickness. So if you have a thin serum, that will go on first. Your thicker moisturizer would go on last. Okay, and this is kind of the same what I was talking about. You want to do lightest to heaviest. Retinol is great. Retinol is basically like Botox you're putting on every day because it slowly sheds that old layer of skin, and it also reduces fine lines and wrinkles. Sunscreen is necessary all day, every day. Okay, if you guys don't know a good sunscreen brand, I personally use Black Girl sunscreen, and they sell that at Target and other convenience stores like that. One of my favorite new therapies is hormone replacement therapy. Okay, with BioT. Now, I used to think that hormone replacement therapy was only for older women, but as we age, again, by the time we hit 40, our hormones are half of what they used to be. Okay, and benefits of hormone replacement therapy: if you've been feeling run down, your energy is low, your libido is low, you have brain fog, all those different things are probably because your hormones are lacking, okay? If you go to your doctor, they will tell you, if they run a panel of your hormones, they will tell you your hormones are perfect. But there's a difference between your hormones being within range and your hormones being optimized, okay? So with BioT and hormone replacement pellets, we are able to optimize your hormones. So some things that I have, since I've gotten pelleted, have gained. I have better energy, I sleep better, so not waking up in the middle of the night tossing and turning. Also waking up refreshed, which is another issue. I've been wanting to be a part of the 5 a.m. club for months now, and it just wasn't happening. But once I got pelleted, I'm waking up at least 6, okay? I'll give myself 6. I'm waking up at 6, refreshed, ready to start the day. Libido is better, sex is better. I mean, you can't lose with hormone replacement therapy. So yes, let me go here. So my quote: yes, I am good enough. Am I good enough? Yes, I am. And I add that quote because we are all good enough just how we are. But if you want to make little enhancements, small adjustments, then you can do that with aesthetic treatments. Don't be scared of them. Just research a really good provider in your area. Here's my social tabs where you can follow me, and I'll see if we have any questions. I went through that really quickly because I was scared I was going to be in time. So
that was absolutely, child, you was like, let me give you the information. Okay?
This talk is like an hour, but I tried to speed it up. There's so much to know. But absolutely, share a little Botox and some hormone replacement.
Yeah, child, you gave us the good holy trinity. Okay, said okay, these is the number 3 things. Okay, that you can use. I really one of the things for me, one of the things that as a part of my expansion journey has been around pleasure, right? So hearing you say with the hormone replacement therapy, and I know that is an issue, right? For so many of us women, we are not experiencing pleasure, right? At the level, dimension, astral plane, as which we should, right?
Yeah.
And I am a believer that God is concerned about our sexuality and our sensuality, and God is the God of orgasms. If you're not having orgasms, in my opinion, you're not in the will of God. I'm sorry, I ain't trying to be all up in your business, but I'm just saying that's how I have come to be with that. And so God is the God of pleasure. That was so good. Thank you for giving us the proper order, okay, of how to put the things on, okay, because I did not know that.
Yes.
I learned something new. I hope y'all took notes, okay,
Yes.
because I got my list together, and I also know now don't use drugstore products, okay. Oh my God, I learned so much. And so one of the questions that I have is regarding that regimen, right? For so many of us women, we probably have been using, right, drugstore makeup. We use and what we saw our grandmothers use, our mothers use, right? And it might not be the best products for our skin. And so if we're not local to you, what types of places or what type of professionals would we be looking for to support us in building our regimens?
Yeah, so a good esthetician. So esthetician with an E are women or men who do facials, things like that. It's good to always have a facial so they can evaluate your skin, let you know what you need. They also sell really good products. So any esthetician or what was my other thing going to be? Or, you know, going to a nurse or a med spa that specialize in skincare as well. So that's always good. I am open. I do have virtual consultations. So if anyone wants to schedule a virtual consultation and kind of want to go through what their concerns are, then I can definitely do that. And we can talk about it that way.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And then we have one more question for you. For those when some people hear medical grade, right? That really like they think dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign. And so for those who are on a budget, how can we do a proper skincare routine on a budget? What would be your top tips?
So I would definitely just say at least if you have the order that I listed, a face wash, at least a good moisturizer, a toner, because what the toner does, and you'll see if you wash your face and then you go after it with the toner, you'll see how much dirt we don't get off with face care. So having a toner is very important. And also a good moisturizer, water is very important. So those are things you can do. And you can use those drugstore products, and I shouldn't say that. That's being mean. But with medical grade, you get there faster. Okay. So with medical grade, we can turn that skin around in 2-3 weeks. Okay.
Okay. Medical grade is the express train.
Exactly.
That's it. Okay. Gotcha.
Yes. Oh, and I also forgot sunscreen is very important, especially if you have hyperpigmentation, which I do. Wearing that sunscreen prevents it from getting darker and actually prevents it from coming in the first place. So definitely a sunscreen and water, and you'll be good.
Awesome. And for us melanated folks, the melanin is not the sunscreen. Okay. You need the sunscreen, right? Because a lot of us think melanin is, is a natural sunscreen.
I used to think that too. And I do use drugstore black girl sunscreen. So that's perfectly fine. I just find that it doesn't give me that cakey sheen that some other sunscreens give you.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Crystal. You can follow, as has been stated previously earlier, you will, if you register for the conference, you will be receiving a digital resource with all of the contact information for all of our speakers. And if you're here live now, you can follow Crystal at, Crystal, can you give them your IG?
Yes, so it's Crystal P Beauty NP on Instagram. So CHRISTAL P as in Parker, and then Beauty NP as for nurse practitioner.
Crystal P Beauty NP.
Yes.
On IG. Thank you so much, Crystal.
You're so welcome. Bye, ladies.
Oh my God, that was so good. I learned so much, y'all. I did not know I was going to learn that much. Child, this is why you got to be in the room. Showing up is showing up is like 99% of the battle. If you can just get yourself in the room, keep your face in the place, you never ever know what you are going to be able to gain just by being in the room, child. Because I did not know that I was going to gain all of that. And so we are traveling. We had Crystal from Atlanta, Georgia, I believe. And we are traveling to Baton Rouge. Okay, we're gonna travel a little more to the deep south. To Baton Rouge, Louisiana, baby. Okay, I hope I did that good. I hope I did the baby justice, because I'm a good New Yorker. I live in Fayetteville, North Carolina now. But I love that Louisiana baby. So something special in my heart happens when someone from Louisiana calls me baby. Sandra Watts is going to be sharing with us around motivation for leadership. Sandra is a peak performance coach, speaker, and thought leader. And she gained that experience as an Army veteran and a homicide detective. Somebody say the girl is bad. Turn to your neighbor and say the girl is bad. Yes, she is. And that is where she became revered for her sharp yet crisp approach in empowering others to go from transition to trajectory. She is no stranger to the challenges of life. At the age of 21, she left an abusive marriage. Talk about empowerment. It took some empowerment, right, for her to leave that abusive marriage. And congratulations to you, Sandra. And became the single mother of 2 young boys who were at the ages of 2 and 3 at the time. Sandra did not see this setback in as a chapter in her life that defined her. She knew she had to figure it out. So instead, she used her pain to catapult her from transition to trajectory. Somebody say the setback was a setup for a major comeback, okay? Glory. The setbacks be setting us up. Sandra is the founder of the Core Collective Empowerment Agency, which has a distinct flair in empowering others with the courage they need. Sandra is an avid runner and has completed numerous half marathons. Wait till y'all hear where. As well as half marathons and full marathons. She is currently on a quest to run a full marathon on all 7 continents. She has currently completed marathons on 4 continents, those being Europe, North America, South America, and Antarctica. Child, I didn't even know they had marathons on Antarctica. I didn't even know the people was over there. And so without further ado, let me bring Sandra on stage. Sandra, we are so excited to have you here.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Can you hear me good?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Awesome.
You're looking wonderful. And
Thank
so
you.
I'm going to move out the way so you can get in the way. Everyone, please welcome Sandra Watts to the stage.
Thank you for that very gracious introduction. So yes, I am a homicide detective. That is my full-time job. I am an Army veteran. I am the mother of 2 Marines, and I am the grandmother of 3 beautiful grandchildren. And so today I want to talk to you a bit about brokenness and learning how to take our brokenness and create the beautiful mosaic that we were designed and created to be by God. And I remember I was sitting there in the car and the tears were welling in my eyes. And I glanced over to the back seat and I saw my youngest son's car seat on its side. And I saw his older brother staring straight ahead, wide-eyed. The fear in his eyes screamed, but there was sheer silence. At my car window stood my ex-husband telling me to kiss my children goodbye because he was going to kill me. Matter of fact, his words to me was he was going to snap my neck. It was in that moment that I knew that I would not allow him to control me anymore, both mentally and physically. But first, I had to save myself for my babies. They needed me, and more importantly, I needed me. So it was in that moment that I decided that I was going to take the broken pieces of my life and create the beautiful mosaic that I was designed to be. And a lot of times we hear people talk about the broken pieces of their lives and how they've created a successful life. And a lot of times we see the end picture. We don't necessarily see what it has taken to get them from where they once were to where they are now. So it has not always been an easy journey. And I've had some dark moments. But once you take the pen to the book of your life out of your manipulator's hands, you can begin to write how your story is going to unfold. And sometimes the manipulator isn't someone who's already physically in our life. We can continue to be manipulated by things from our past, by people that have spoken things over us, things that didn't necessarily go the way that we anticipated them to go. So we are all authors, and with each day, we get a chance to add another page to our chapter. So think about that for a moment. Each day, we get to write a new page in our chapter, in our books of life. So today I'm going to give you some simple strategies that I've used along the way. So oftentimes we figure and we focus on how big the mountain is or how big the goal is that we're trying to achieve. And we're standing in that valley. And when we look up at that big mountain, it's enormous. Whatever your mountain is, define what your mountain is in this moment. Define what that goal is that you're trying to achieve. Define how you want to see your life. Define in this moment that you are no longer going to be manipulated by something from your past, by a person that is standing beside you, by the people at work. Take that pen out of their hand and write how you are going to push forward. So there's an old saying, and it's like, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So how do you achieve your goals? One step at a time. It's a bit by bit, piece by piece, day by day, minute by minute, second by second process. In marathon training, and this I'm training for another full marathon I have coming up at the end of April. And so I'm in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, as they've told you already, and we're already starting to get into the heat. So my long run this morning was 17 miles, and it was a planned workout. I know a lot of people are saying 17 miles, but the more you train, the more acclimated you become to the conditions that you're running in. And this morning when I got to the last 3 miles of the 17-mile run, the heat started to get to me. So I had to make up in my moment, was I going to stop running, or was I going to adjust to the conditions that I'm in, because these conditions are temporary. Some of you are not willing to pivot and make the necessary adjustments when you face a hard time. What you want to do is when things get hard, you throw your hands up. You want to give up. But it's in those hard times and it's in those moments that you learn just how strong you truly are, and that you are equipped with everything that you need in spite of and despite of your circumstances and things that are going on around you. You have to think about, what can I control in this moment? So in this moment, when I was running, the only thing that I could control, because the heat was starting to affect my body, was to slow down and take walk breaks. It wasn't the planned paces for the run that I was doing, but I still achieved the same goal. So that was a win. So let's take a deeper look at the word brokenness. So when we look up broken, broken is something that is fractured, something that is broken, something that is damaged, rather, something that is no longer in a working condition. So when an individual is broken, we no longer function well. The issue, the person, etc., that has caused the pain has created an avenue for a disruption to occur in our lives. Think about that for a moment. You know, it's like having a broken arm. Your arm is still here, but you cannot lift anything. Your arm is still here with limitations. However, you cannot function at the same level previous to your arm being broken until you are healed. The magic word is healed. What does your healing look like? How are you healing? What steps are you taking to heal yourself? So the ness, which is the suffix of the word brokenness, N-E-S-S, is a state or a condition. So when someone said, I'm in a state of broken, I'm broken. This brokenness is getting to me. You're in a constant state, which means you're constantly reliving whatever it is that has happened, and you have not allowed yourself to heal. So how do we heal? What is a good way that we can look at healing from our past? I want you to think about this because it's so simple. Smile. Smile. The S in the word smile is structure. Create a plan. Create the steps, outline step by step what you are going to do. Now, two people can walk the same path. Two runners can run the same race. Two people can walk in a straight line, but your footprints will never be the same footprints. Meaning what someone else's healing looked like, who may have gone through the same process, will not necessarily be the same healing. When you have a broken arm, you may have broken a bone in this area of your arm, and someone on that has a broken arm may have broken another part. So that means the healing process for those people, although they technically have a broken arm, will be different. Momentum. The M in smile is momentum. Momentum is a forward motion. Stop focusing on the past. Some of y'all driving down the road and looking in the rear view mirror instead of focusing on what's ahead of you. Yesterday is behind you. Today is the present, what you're living in, and tomorrow is the future. We think of the future in terms of months and years, but in actuality, tomorrow is the future. What can I do to foster a better tomorrow? What have I learned from today that can help me be better tomorrow? Break it down into bite-sized pieces, meaning create tasks that are within your reach that help you get to the bigger goal, keeping one foot in front of the other and remembering you got this. So I'll go back to my marathon training. It starts off with maybe 30 minutes of running, and then you progress to 45 minutes of running. Then you progress to miles, and then those miles totally began to increase over a period of time until you are conditioned to run the full 26.2. And that's how you have to look at your goal. You have to look at it from, I'm taking these steps on this day that will help me get to where I want to go. Now, I've had a DNF, which means I did not finish a marathon. But guess what? In our failures, they set us up for success. Failures teach you where you need to grow stronger. Failures don't define you. Failures actually help you become a better person. The I in smile, I want you to remember, say this to yourself all the time. I am amazing. In this moment, it is all about you. Once you see yourself as valuable and worthy, you will realize just how amazing you are and learn how to celebrate you. God created us all in his image. We are all winners. Cheer for yourself, especially in the moments when you have normally, or you would have normally given up, but you didn't. And remember, failures are stepping stones to success. The L in smile, love yourself. You so busy out here loving everyone else, loving your mom, loving your sister, loving your children. What about you? When was the last time that you actually sat down and told yourself, I love you? Get up in the morning, and after you say your prayers, find a mirror in your home and tell yourself, I love you. Do this on a daily basis. Because once we learn how to love ourselves, we can be better to others. Loving yourself, take yourself out to the movies. Buy yourself some flowers. I buy myself flowers every 2 weeks from Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's is one of my favorite stores. So when I do my grocery shopping, I make sure that I buy myself some flowers. I don't need anybody else to validate me. I know who I am. I'm secure in who I am. Now, there once was a time when I wasn't, when I allowed my ex-husband, the manipulator, to dictate to me how I should feel about myself. That'll never happen again, because I began to tell myself I am amazing. In spite of my failures, in spite of my shortcomings, I am amazing. I love me. And the last letter of the smile is emboldened. Become emboldened. Start each day with courage. You have the right to be confident in who you are. Be courageous, be confident, be bold, be all that God has called you to be. Stop comparing yourself to what you see others doing. You know, a lot of people talk about wanting to be entrepreneurs or wanting to start something, but they're comparing themselves to what they see others doing. And then they feel inadequate, or they may feel like an imposter. Everybody can't see the vision that God gave to you because it is your vision. Walk in it, own it. So I hope that these small trinkets and tidbits of what I've given you helps you to take back what is rightfully yours. And remember to smile. And remember to tell yourself, I love me. Remember to tell yourself, I am amazing. And remember, I am change. That is the whole purpose of this conference. I am change. You are a change maker. And it is time that you start walking in your greatness. Thank you.
Well, child, if you needed a motivational speech, okay. If you needed a little preachment, because I heard your voice twinging a little bit. I heard you trying to hold it back, Sister Sandra.
Yes.
But if you needed that good word, that was so much of what you said, Sandra, resonated with me. The smile, the telling ourselves that we love ourselves. I'll do that in the mirror. The not allowing things from our past, right? Who we used to be and what we used to allow, right? And how we didn't have boundaries, right? And all of those things we allow to happen, not allowing that shame, right, to rob us of who we are in our now. I mean, I got a whole bunch of notes on this page. One of the things that you said that I had a glory moment was you talked about the more you train, the more you become acclimated. Oh, that was so good. The more you become acclimated to the conditions. And that is one of the things that I really, really that inspires me about marathon runners, right? Because the dedication
Yes.
that it takes, right, to not be a runner. Because at some point, a marathoner was not a runner, right?
Right.
To choose into a journey, right, that requires you to not only put one foot in front of the other, but put one foot in front of the other for 10 miles,
Yes.
17 miles, 20 miles, right?
Yes.
These long distances that for some of us in our human minds, we're like, I don't even think my body could ever be able to do that. But if we train ourselves, practice makes perfect, right?
Right.
And if we understand that our lives are a training ground, I hear my voice changing. If we understand that our lives are a training ground, then we understand that what is coming in our life is only to acclimate us for the environments that we get to be change agents. Is we talking about I am change? Oh, so good. I'm getting happy. I am getting so happy. I have a question I have two questions for you. Kind of like a two-part question, Sandra. So the first question I want to ask is around your experience with domestic violence. And first of all, I'm sorry that you experienced that. And my question is, and not just in this realm, but this is how you experienced it, and I'm sure you've experienced it in other ways as well. For so many of us, right, there are things in our lives that are asking us to leave them. Right? They are showing us that they are no longer serving us, right? But we can be so attached to it because we love it and we created some things with it. And it used to be different, right? It used to serve us in a different way. And so based upon your experience and your expertise, how do you leave something? For you, it was a relationship, right? But how do you leave something that at one time served you? It was a comfort for you, right? But at this point, you're seeing that it's no longer serving you. How do you leave something like that?
If it's causing you pain, if it's more painful to stay there, then it's time to go. And you have to allow yourself to rely upon your support network. And I know for a lot of women and people that find themselves in relationships or situations, it could be a job that no longer serve that purpose in their life, that they don't have a support system and they are afraid. If I leave here, how am I going to be able to sustain? And not necessarily from a financial standpoint, but also from an emotional standpoint. How am I able to sustain? And that is when you're going to have to truly dig deep and realize and understand that you are amazing. Because at some point, someone along the lines has told you that you're not. Someone has taken away your power. And it may be that you just start to do it in a small way. Now, if it is an abusive relationship, and if it's something where your life is on the line, reach out. There are resources now in all states where you can leave, because that's not a situation where you can actually, for me, I had to get out the military and come home. I had a good support system for me, but I have encountered women that don't have that support system, I guess. And to make a long story short, prepare for those situations where you know you need to leave, be it a job or a friendship. Start to prepare yourself and start moving away. Stop taking the phone calls. Don't talk as much. Talk to them. Don't talk as much. As if it's work, start looking for a new job. You don't have to tell everybody what you're doing. That's not their business. But move in silence. Move in silence.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sandra. That was I got a whole bunch out of it. And I'm sure the audience did as well. Thank you again, Sandra, for joining us from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Wow. Okay, I am motivated, touched, moved, inspired. Okay, I got a new tool in my toolbox, okay, because I'm learning how to smile. I hope we were taking notes. And if you register for the conference, you will be receiving a replay of today. So if you haven't registered yet, I'm gonna need you to go on and click that link and register so that you can get the email. Because some of this stuff we need to hear it a few times. My father always he says a phrase, hear it again for the first time. And so we need to run these things back, right? Ruminate over some of these things. Let it come back to us and remind us of something. Sandra was absolutely amazing. Thank you again, Sandra. And we are going to transition. The South is in here today, okay? I'm in North Carolina, okay? We had Louisiana, and now we're going to mosey on over, not too far, just a couple of states over to Atlanta, Georgia. And we're going to hear about holistic wellness from Chai Matthias Reed, who is an inspired and creative visionary, purposepreneur. Okay, get that clear. Purposepreneur, holistic health practitioner, and philanthropist. She has over 2 decades of experience, commitment, and dedication to building community initiatives that improve the quality of life, increase awareness, and transform lives. Chai also serves as an international inspirational speaker, workshop facilitator, author, twice published, self-published author, strategist, and breakthrough coach. Chai is a wife, mother, and grandmother of 4. Wait till y'all see her. Y'all not gonna believe she a grandmother. Her mission is to use her voice and influence others to transform their lives while leaving a legacy for her children, grandchildren, and great grandchildren. Somebody say this is an intergenerational matter, okay? She currently serves as marketplace pastor at Agape Paradigm Ministries, which serves the southeast region of the United States and the continent of Africa. She also leads as founder of the 4 Our Daughters Foundation and oversees 3 businesses with her husband Maurice. She is breaking unhealthy life cycles, and she is going to share with us how. Let me invite Chai here onto the stage. Hi, Chai.
Hello, you're doing an amazing job. Hello.
To our audience, well, I don't believe that I know you wouldn't lie to us, but I don't believe that you're a grandmother. Okay, I just have to say that you look absolutely amazing, regal, and beautiful, queen. And so I am going to put the audience in your hand. Everyone, please welcome Chai to the stage.
Well, hello. I am Change Global Empowerment Conference. The free bird leaps on the back of the wind and floats downstream till the current ends and dips her wings in the orange sun rays and dares to claim the sky. But a bird that stalks down her narrow cage can seldom see through her bars of rage. Her wings are clipped and her feet are tied, so she opens her throat to sing. Welcome to the Breaking Unhealthy Generational Cycles session. My name is Chai, like the tea, Matthias Reed, Master of Mending, holistic health practitioner, breakthrough, and endurance strategist. And I am change. I specialize in helping leaders like myself break unhealthy generational life cycles holistically. You know what generational life cycles are, right? Generational life cycles are negative patterns or traits that are passed down from our family's history through several generations until someone decides to break the cycle, until someone decides to be brave enough to become the cycle breaker. For example, I am a generational cycle breaker of addiction, abuse, premature death, poor health, depression, molestation, and poverty, just to name a few. Can you relate to any of these? So, why is it so essential for us to break generational life cycles? Well, I'll tell you. So that destructive, invasive behavior traits, like the ones that I mentioned before, stops robbing us of our birthright and the fantastic creativity that we were all born to bring forth. It's called abundant life. You know, most people are not even aware of these vicious cycles, these repetitive cycles that have been passed down to us. So, to identify these vicious cycles, I want you to pay attention. Pay very, very close attention to the negative, self-destructive patterns in your life, the negative behaviors, the negative attitudes, the negative conversations, the ones that keep repeating themselves over and over and over again. You know, even the ones that you see in the lives of your children, and you say, man, that looks familiar. Or, I used to be like that, or I used to do that. These are generational cycles. And generational cycles can only be broken if we become fully aware of them. So let me tell you a little bit about my story and why I became a generational cycle breaker. When I was 14 years old, my stepfather walked into my bedroom, sexually assaulted me, stabbed me 13 times, beat me beyond recognition, and left me for dead after he murdered my mother. Take a breath. I know that's a lot to hear, but I'm still here. I'm still here because God spared my life. I'm still here because I was born to be a bit generational cycle breaker. I'm still here because God had a plan for my life, and He's got a plan for your life too. So if you're watching this session and you're still here, there is a plan and there is a purpose that you have been sent here to fulfill, and you won't close your eyes until that occurs. Not only did I overcome childhood trauma, but I also overcame domestic violence in my first marriage, like the previous speaker mentioned. My first marriage, I didn't realize at the time that I was still stuck in a generational life cycle. I married young, had my first daughter when I was 19 years old, and I thought everything was good until it wasn't. It went from emotional abuse to physical abuse. And because of what happened to my mother, I said, this is not happening to my children. And I made a hard decision when my girls were only 4 and 2 years old to leave the marriage. And on that journey of leaving this unhealthy marriage, I started to ask, why in the world did I attract the same type of thing that I saw my mother in for so many years? It was because I was stuck in a generational life cycle. And I made a decision at that time in my life to become the generational cycle breaker, not only for myself, but for my daughters, for my family, and now for my community. You know, walking out pain and trauma and transformation is not easy. For the last 30 years of my life, I have walked out of some serious pain and some serious trauma. But guess what? I'm a cycle breaker, and I'm here exuding the love and the confidence and the grace of God because He is a healer, and He is no respecter of persons. What He did for me, He wants to do the same thing for you. I am committed to community and generational healing. How about you? You know, God showed me through the revelation of the fruit tree how we are to bear the fruit of healing for our families, our communities, and the nations. And when He showed me that, I said, well, how? How do we become that? How do we do that when we're still hurting on the inside? So He took my hand and He took me on a journey. And I wrote a book called The Endurance Ride of Life. The first volume is all about lightening the load and unpacking the baggage. The second version of that Volume 2 is all about becoming fruitful. You know, since I was 15 years old, following the attack on my life and the murder of my mother at the hands of my stepfather, I've walked this thing out. I'm not talking about something that I've heard. I'm talking about something I've lived, something that I have walked out, and I've walked right into purpose as a purposepreneur. But first, I had to be fully healed to become the fruit of healing for others. And I've expressed this fruit throughout my life through music as a songwriter and psalmist, in writing as an author, in teaching of God's word, as a facilitator of workshops and seminars and webinars, and now in leadership as a marketplace pastor, domestic violence advocate, and multiple business owner. My heart is to see everyone that I encounter walk in the freedom that they have been given and to be healed from the pain of their past so that they can live in purpose. Look, how will they know unless we are sent? Are you ready to be sent? Well, if you said, yes, I'm ready to do this, I want to give you 6 ways to break generational cycles. Number 1, become self-aware of these destructive patterns in your life. Number 2, educate yourself about your family history. You got to know. I know people don't talk about it, but you need to start asking questions. If it's showing up as an unhealthy cycle in your life, you need to ask questions. Number 3, take accountability and do your part. Number 4, don't be afraid to reach out for help. That's what all these amazing speakers are doing. And you have got a plethora of resources right at your fingertips. So there's no more excuses. Number 5, ensure that it stops with you. You are the cycle breaker. And number 6, you need to accept that generational cycles are your responsibility to break. So I'm going to ask you a few more questions. Are you stuck in an unhealthy generational cycle? How do you know? Are you ready to break the cycle? Well, if you answered yes, hello, my name is Chai, like the tea, and I am breaking unhealthy generational cycles as a master of mending, holistic wellness practitioner, breakthrough and endurance strategist. And I empower leaders like you to live a life of freedom and authenticity. And I am more focused and motivated than ever to generational cycle breaking of abuse, addiction, depression, divorce, low self-esteem, mental illness, poor health, poverty, and religion. Because now, guess what? I have grandsons and a granddaughter, and I am committed to generational healing. So if you want to join me as a generational cycle breaker, I welcome you to join me at IamHealthyWealthyWise.com. I am healthy, I am wealthy, I am wise. The cage bird sings with the fearful trill of things unknown, but longed for still. And her tune is heard on the distant hill, for the cage bird sings of freedom. The free bird thinks of a distant breeze, and the trade wind soft through the sighing trees, and the fat worms waiting on a dawn bright lawn, and she names the sky her own. But the cage bird stands on the grave of dreams. Her shadow shouts of a nightmare scream. Her wings are clipped and her feet are tied, so she opens her throat to sing. The cage bird sings with the fearful trill of things unknown, but long for still. and her tune is heard on a distant hill. For the cage bird sings of freedom. I now know why the cage bird sings, by Maya Angelou. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you, Nancy, for the opportunity.
Wow, wow. Before I say anything, right, for those of us who just got to experience Shy, I know I need a deep breath. And so if you would join me, put my hands over my heart, if you would like to put your hands over heart, you do your thing. And let's take a deep breath in and release. Another deep breath in and release. One last time, because 3 is always good. In and release.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. I felt we could use a collective breath. Wow, Chai, you are truly, your test being turned into a testimony personified, right? Like as a person. And what's so interesting to me is that we don't know each other, right? But all day long, I've been seeing glimpses and mirrors, right, of myself. And you started talking and sharing your story. And in 2016, unfortunately, I lost one of my cousins in an act of domestic violence, and her son was in the very next room. And so your story gives me hope and motivation for her son, who I am now watching, like, what is he going to do without his mom, right? And seeing a Chai, right, who has been able to transmute that experience into something so beautiful, right? Evidence is all around us that we can make it. It's just if we're willing to see. Right, we get to see examples and mirrors of the making it through. And so thank you for having the courage. I know that cannot be easy to share and to relive, but thank you for being a willing vessel, right? Because you could have went through the experience. There's a whole lot of people who have had experiences who are unwilling to share. So thank you for your willingness to share. So much jumped out at me. I got my six tips, okay, for how to break generational curses. I wanted to add, if you don't mind, to number 4. You said number 4 is reach out for help, right? And I wanted to add to that, reach out to help, right? Because some of us, we sit back and we are literally answered prayer, but we will sit back and withhold our gifts, talents, abilities, what we see, what we have to say, for whatever reason, right? But we get to also reach out to help, to be the answered prayer. It was so good becoming self-aware, educating ourselves on our family history. I come from one of those families too. So certain things you got told and certain things kind of got swept under the rug, and you figure it out right later. And the question, one of the questions that came up for me while you were talking is you shared around being fully healed in some areas, right? And I know I've experienced it, and I've heard in community, it's like, but how do I know when I'm healed? And also, right? I'm healed, and then something happens, right? And it's like, bam, right? Feeling back, like we're back at square one. And so my question to you is, how do we know when we are fully healed in an area or overall? What would you say?
Well, first of all, healing is a lifelong work. Okay. We're always walking through different levels and different dimensions of healing. Okay. But what starts to happen, as the previous speaker talked about, are triggers. All right. So when you know your triggers and you're triggered in a certain area, and you know your trauma response to those triggers, right? That's the next part. How are you responding over time? So I have identified my trigger. I know how my body responds to this trigger. Now, as I walk through therapy or walk through healing, when I have that trigger again, does my body respond the same way? When I see this person again, does my body respond the same way? When I have an experience that may have been triggering in my life at one point, do I respond the same way? When you can go through life and you see that what used to trigger you no longer triggers you, and you still have a calm and a peace and a resolve, then that's how you know that you've healed in that area. Now, there may be some other things that come up that you really don't know that are triggers for you. But as you go through life, it's important to identify what they are. What is your body doing when you hear something specific? So really be aware. It's all about self-awareness. How am I responding to experiences, to people, to circumstances, to smells, to sights, to sounds? And when I have these experiences in my body, what do I do with them? What happens to me? And once you walk through that level of healing, you'll have these same experiences again. I promise you. What happens then? That's how you start to know, oh, I'm healed in that area. Oh, I'm good. I'm good. All right, I'm good.
Yeah, child, that's like when you hear that song that used to remind you of that certain person, and then you start
Absolutely.
crying, and you get sad, and then you hear it a little while later, and you're like, oh,
I'm
that song
good.
played, and it didn't affect me like that.
Absolutely. That's how you know.
Gotcha. Awesome. Thank you so much, Chai, for sharing with us today and being with us today, all the way from Atlanta, Georgia, in the good old USA. I don't know how
Yes,
good it is.
ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being an amazing host. And thank you
Oh,
so much, Nancy.
it is my pleasure. Thank you, Chai. Oh my gosh. Okay. When I saw the sessions, just like anything that I have ever attended, you see the session names, right? And you don't quite you think you know what you're going to get as a part of the session, and I could not have thunk up, as my cousin used to say. I could not have thunk up what has occurred in these just short sessions. These are some powerful, powerful women who have spoke before us. And what's even greater than that is that those of you in the audience, you are powerful, powerful individuals, and they are just a mirror of you and who you are and what you get to create and who you get to be and what you get to do here in the world. And so I am touched, moved, and inspired. I want to bring back on our visionary, okay, our convener, okay, the one putting all the things together, got the schedule and got the host and the speakers and everyone together. Nancy, are you here?
I am here. I am still just soaking it all up. I am so moved. I'm
It
so
was
moved by
and
today.
so much substance, right?
Yeah.
Like absolute meat. Like these women did not come here to play. They came and gave us absolute meat, what we can chew on, some stuff you can chew on. This ain't no baby food, okay? You could chew on this stuff for a few days. But before I go, Nancy, because this will be my last time before you all in this way, I just want to take a moment and acknowledge you, Nancy. I am so inspired by how you chose to step in to this vision. Nancy had this idea not long ago, right? Maybe she will share some of what happened in the background. But God gave Nancy this idea, and Nancy took it and ran with it. Absolutely ran with it. And so I want to acknowledge you. I want to encourage you. You keep on going. You keep following the vision. You keep hearing and listening living and doing and being, okay? Because you are impacting lives not only here in the States, but globally. And I truly believe that a global women's movement, and especially a global movement of Black women who are standing in our power, standing in who we know who we are, standing in who we know we have been made to be, and the impact that we have been made to create in the earth, and giving us the support, right? Because so many times we do all of that, but without the support in the background, but also us having the support to do that. Thank you for creating this space, and stepping up and stepping out, right? It is not easy to do something that you have never done before and you've never seen done before, but this thing is happening and is being done now. I am so excited. Thank you, and thank you for having me as one of the hosts. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, and I want to give you your flowers because you said something that is really important, and you talked about where can you step in and ask someone what they need for help, right? And I'm saying it here live. Jamise was going to be a speaker, but missed the deadline to speak on a particular category. But instead said, you know what? Well, how can I help you? Is there anything else you need? And I appreciated that. And I said, well, actually, quite a bit, right? And each and every single woman here today, this conference is completely free. I did not offer them an ounce of a dollar, that don't even make sense, a coin, a penny. I didn't offer them anything. They just chose to give their gifts to the world. And I think that is the beauty of collective impact. I could have did a presentation on my own. I speak all the time. I could have just done some free thing, but I said, you know what? Let's demonstrate what collective impact looks like in real life support that's just genuine in alignment with our values and our beliefs. And every single woman today, and not only today, tomorrow as well, from the host to the speakers, to the background, logistical people, to people making comments and making sure everything's okay. We're talking about 40 plus women who came together to make today happen. So yes, I was the vessel that was selected to execute the vision, but it could not have been done without amazing, powerful women who too care about change. So when I say I am change, yes, I am. I believe it down to my core. But the same thing, Jamie's, you are change, and together we are change. And every single woman today chose to be changed together. And that is how you accelerate impact. So we spent 4 hours, about 4.5 hours today, giving of ourselves so others can be filled in. When I say today, I gave a lot of myself, but when I tell you, woo, it went right back on in. Right? That is the beauty of like collective impact. So thank you. Thank you for just being a part of this. You're amazing.
It's my honor, pleasure, and privilege. I am Change Conference. I'll see y'all next time because there's going to be a next time. I'm Jamise B. Be well, be loved, be whole, be seen, be free. I'll see y'all in the social media streets and things later.
Thank you. And on that note, I am so full. I am full, and I hope that you are full. Today was a jam-packed day of fabulous, amazing speakers talking from executive presence, your image, to being yourself, to being whole, to taking care of your physical wellness, to taking care of your mental and your spiritual wellness. Today was a full day, and honestly, I am so pleased. I am so pleased. And I want you all to understand what change looks like in real life. First, change begins with you. You must be changed in order to be changed, right? That is beautiful. You have the power to change your circumstance. I want to thank Shy, oh my gosh, for being here today, for giving us her story. I said, wow. Not only did she take her power back and change her circumstance, she said, know what? I'm thinking beyond self. I am thinking about my generation. I am thinking about legacy. I am going to change the trajectory of everything after me. Thinking beyond today, thinking beyond our last day, thinking generational. That is what you call legacy. That is the power that we have. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. Tomorrow is day 2. This is what we do in this community. We provide business and leadership education for female entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs, any woman who is passionate about change, who wants to lead a change movement, whether it's through entrepreneurship or changing an already existing organization or just changing your community. We provide those tools and those resources to do that. Be sure to follow us on our social media page, Instagram, Strategic Solutions Global. You can follow us on Strategic Solutions Global on LinkedIn, Strategic Solutions Global on Facebook, on Twitter. My personal handle, Visions by Nancy on Instagram, or you can type in Nancy Taye Arogbaye, and Nancy Taye Arogbaye on LinkedIn as well as Facebook. This is a real community. It's genuine. I hope you felt it today. We are about impact. We are about change. We are about collective effort and really being an example of what it looks like to build legacy in a positive way. So thank you so much. Without further ado, we are going to bring this conference to a close. Be back here, 12 p.m. Eastern. We had some technical, I'm telling you, all sorts of weird things happened this morning, like right before the conference from a technology standpoint that has never happened before. And we were able to work it out. But I say the devil was at work because he just knew transformation was going to happen today. But tomorrow we are praying and we're faithful that it will start on time, 12 p.m. Eastern. That's 4 p.m. in like UK. It's 5 p.m. in West Africa. And so forth. So that's 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Regardless of where you are, we want you to be with us tomorrow in some capacity and just take a gem or two and plant it inside of you. And again, you are change, I am change, and together we are change. Thank you so much, ladies, and we will see you tomorrow.